We're back in the ring like Mike Tyson. Welcome back to the 80s with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We're free falling into our next speaker segment with Eric Foster from DealerVantage.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We would like to introduce the conference to Eric Foster, a new name at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. He's the president of DealerVantage. Eric, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you for having me. It's exciting to be here.
What a place to be, huh? Automotive, retail, look at all the things going on right now. I mean, I can't imagine any more. I mean, after the last couple of years, but it continues, and there's so many changes going on. And Eric, you're right in the middle of it.
Absolutely. Frankly, Ted, it is an exciting time to be here. The industry is moving, and we're happy to be part of it.
Well, we're grateful to have you. I know you have an exciting product, DealerVantage, and I want to find out more about that. Our audience wants to learn more about that and about you as well. First of all, can you give us the background of the company and, pretty much how this all came to be, Eric?
Yeah, absolutely. So Ted, thanks for having me here. The background of the company actually started with my own personal experience. So I'm a co-founder here. And my background is actually in insurance technology. Prior to this, I worked for the largest reinsurance company in the world. I led parts of their innovation lab. And at the time, we were really focused on embedding insurance into the car buying process. And after talking with countless dealerships, looking at literally millions of lines of data, we found the best value that we could provide dealerships was the customer insights that are garnered that enable them, dealerships, to do what they do best, right? Selling and servicing more vehicles. And DealerVantage as a whole was really founded along that principle, providing data and customer insights that enable the fixed ops leaders of the world to do what they do best, service more cars.
All right. Well, Eric, you've got the fixed ops leaders of the world here watching you. What's nice about the roundtable, Eric, is we've also got a lot of early adopters and people who want to go out and, maybe not necessarily just be the early adopter, but maybe even the second and the third wave as well. So, all right, tell me a little bit, how does your company differentiate itself from others? I know there are others in this space. And what would you say is your unique selling proposition?
Ted, we keep it really, really, really simple. Our solution uncovers all of the vehicles that are registered at a customer's address. So your dealership, your service center can actually see all of the vehicles that are in your customer's garage. But that's great, but what does it mean in real life? So how you actually use this depends on what your dealership likes to do. So if you have the service team, the managers who want to engage that customer right when they're in the lane, you're able to see the other vehicles in the household and provide them an offering to get those other vehicles back into their garage, back into their service lanes for more customer pay work. Now, not everyone likes to do that. So if you're more of an organization that wants to engage the customer when they're at home, we can help you drive marketing campaigns to get the other vehicles back into your fixed ops center. Simply stated, DealerVantage just enables more customer pay work, right? So with that, the biggest thing we hear from dealerships is great, customer pay work is fantastic, but I can't service every type of car. I can't service every vehicle. We make it pretty straightforward. We can actually work with you to segment based off of the manufacturers or type of vehicle you want to drive that engagement based off of the skill set and capacity that your team already has.
I just thought of another thing that came up in addition to the customer pay work. So if you know all the vehicles registered at the customer's address, in their household, in their home. For example, Brian Kramer was on earlier from AccuTrade, cars.com. Yeah. And one of the big things that's happened in the last 18 months to 24 months is the ability to appraise vehicles on the service drive and be able to get a pool of quality, one owner, family driven used vehicles at the dealership, for sale, and to be able to offer the customers an appraisal. So just off the top of my head, whether or not they come in for service, if we know what else is registered there, those are also opportunities for potential trades or vehicles that we could buy from the consumer as well.
100%. Outside of what we enable fixed ops leaders to do, a big segment of our business is working with general managers and GSMs to identify potential trade-ins and drive the engagement to that customer, knowing, hey, they have a lease that's coming up in a short period of time, or they're completing their loan, so they're primed to come back in and buy their next vehicle.
I love it. All right. So, Eric, work with me a little further. What specific impact can DealerVantage have on a dealership, and how do you contribute to that difference as well?
Ted, I'm super boring. It's the same answer. It's we enable more customer pay work. Okay. But the impact that for the dealership, it has some really interesting downstream effects, right? So let's think the dealership as a whole. You're servicing more vehicles. You're going to have better profitability. You're going to improve your fixed ops absorption rate. But for the fixed ops leaders here, which I know that is a huge majority of our people here at this within the fixed ops roundtable, it actually can increase their own incentives, right? So if you're a fixed ops manager that's incentivized based off of the gross or net profitability of fixed operations, getting more customer pay work is going to inherently increase your gross, but more often than that, that's a more profitable customer that's going to increase your net profit as well, all while still keeping those service lanes full.
Everybody, we're speaking today to Eric Foster. He's the president of a company called DealerVantage. He's developed some amazing technology that dealers can utilize right now today to help impact their service drive, customer pay. Eric, tell us a little bit more about the technology in particular. How is it valuable for dealerships in the current market? Okay, we've talked about customer pay. I love it. You're staying on message. That's super important. It's at the top of the food chain. We mentioned maybe perhaps even the trades in the household as well, but I'm sure there's probably even more low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, so there's some really interesting things that we can provide. So we talk a lot about trade-ins. We talk a whole lot about servicing opportunities. This is broadly speaking outside of just the fixed ops. So if we have some general managers in here, one of the really cool tools that we have is what we call virtual inventory. So if you have a vehicle that you're specifically looking for, you can actually see, you have a different way to source those cars. So we're seeing the other cars in the household. You say, hey, I really want, this specific type of car is hot for my clientele, even if it's used. You can target and reach out to build that inventory, because we know, and there's a big problem with used inventory shortages right now. And we have a different tool that's going to help you source more used inventory.
Wow. Okay. So that's pretty fascinating, and that's amazing. There's a lot of challenges going on in industry right now. And you're in the middle of it. Okay. You see all these things happening firsthand. How's DealerVantage addressing them? What are some of the things that you're doing, and what are some of the things that you're seeing as well?
Yeah. So when we think about the macro trends that are kind of facing this industry, we're listening and hearing from what the fixed ops leaders of the world are telling us. We have nothing novel to add in terms of what the challenges are. It's the same thing we're all hearing. It's going to be inventory shortages. It's going to be shortage of skilled technicians. It's going to be changing customer expectations around, what is required and expected when servicing. We don't solve those macro trends. I'd love to say we have the silver bullet that fixes everything, but what I'm excited by is I think we can provide the insights that enable dealers to thrive. So let me give a quick example for that. Customers expect more when they're servicing a vehicle. Thank you, Amazon, right? Everyone expects a lot more from pretty much every business out there. But we know dealerships are best suited to really solve for that. They already provide a much better customer experience than the average independent servicing center down the road. There's a lot more that comes when you're servicing from a dealership. So imagine being able to both promote this better customer experience to engage more customer pay work. So use that challenge really as an opportunity to leverage what you guys do best. So marketing back to those people and saying, we do more for you when you come in to service the vehicle, to engage more car buyer or more car servicing opportunities.
Some of our best dealers, Eric, use that term customer life cycle because they've now bridged the gap between sales, F&I, and service, and they're working together. All right. Yeah. We're typically, historically, there's been walls. Okay. First, there were walls between service and parts. Okay. That seems to be going away. And now the walls seem to be coming down between what they call the silos between sales, F&I, and the service department. So I think dealers are a lot more receptive to this type of thing and smart about it than ever before. Implementing your process, is it difficult to get on board, to get started? Kind of walk us through that. If I'm a dealer, let's say one rooftop or multiple rooftops, what is the process with DealerVantage to get going?
That it is really, really easy. That's one of my big takeaways I love everyone to leave with, is how simple it is to get started. All of our systems are connected into the DMS. Everything is driven from there. And we are a certified partner for nearly every major DMS system. It is literally just a few clicks away for us to start the process. Then we're going to work with the team of rolling this out based off of how your organization benefits most from this. But getting started is really simple. It's literally just a couple clicks.
That DMS integration is important too. So you're integrated with those DMS players, and you know the landscape there, and you're familiar with that.
Yes, we are. And it is a time-intensive and costly experience. But honestly, we did that. We go through all that because we know it just makes it easier for dealerships to start with us. If we didn't do all that work, it's quite burdensome.
Let me ask you another question. What if I'm a consumer? What are the benefits if I have a dealership that uses DealerVantage, uses your service? If I'm a consumer, what are the benefits from my side? Again, they may not realize that the dealership utilizes you, but what would you see as the benefit on their side?
Simplicity and ease of doing business, right? I'm going to give like a very personal analogy. You guys can't see it, but we have my colleague Linda Foley in the room here, making sure I'm not messing things up too much. And when we started all of this, I remember talking with her, and like a light bulb even went off for her, where she's like, I have all these other cars and I'm taking them to different places to be servicing them. And it's a pain. Why am I not just going to the same place consistently? Because you get to know the people. You trust the work that's being done. It just makes life easier and simpler. And again, dealerships have a whole lot of those amenities to make it a much more personalized experience. I think, broadly speaking, we as individuals, as Americans, as consumers, like personalization and like things to be easy for us. Behind the scenes, all we're doing is making the customer's life easier and letting the dealership do what they do best.
So you really do work behind the scenes then. I mean, you let the dealers do what they do best. You give them this information about other vehicles in the household, but really it's up to the individual dealer to decide how they would deploy that, how they would utilize that, and what the best practices would be as well.
Oh, without a doubt. Dealerships is like the most entrepreneurial landscape in all of America. And everyone takes their own approach for how they want to run the organization. So we're not like hey, this is all you get, take it or leave it. We work with you to understand what your business looks like, what makes sense for you. And then we're going to both pull best practices from what we've seen from other dealerships who are similar, customizing it for you, but also giving you a unique experience that meets what you do best, how you do it best.
I think what we're going to do, Eric, is in addition to inviting you back on the next Fixed Ops Roundtable, and we want to hear from dealers how they're utilizing this, I'd like you to be on a panel. And you know what? Maybe we invite some of the top dealers, some of the top retailers from the Fixed Ops Roundtable to get on your platform. All right. And when we come back in a few months, maybe to share with you and with the audience how they've been utilizing DealerVantage and how it's worked for them, and hear it from their perspective, because I think that would go a long way as well.
Absolutely. I would love that. And I'd love to share some of our successes with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
All right, Eric, last question for today. What would you like your potential customers to know about DealerVantage? So your audience today, you've got dealers, you've got general managers, fixed ops managers, you've got reconditioning, you've got used car managers, service and parts managers. What do you want them to know in closing about your company, and going back to how they would get started with your company?
Absolutely. 3 big takeaways I would love everyone to leave with. 1, it is really easy to get started. I'm glad you asked it. It was like always going to be my takeaway. It's something how we constantly aim to drive home. It's very simple. We're integrated with nearly every major DMS. It is just a few clicks away. Following that trend, we make it so simple that there's no commitment and no cost to get off the ground. First few months are completely on us and is completely commitment free. Wow. You get started, you get the value, you pay nothing. If you love what we do, you keep working with us. If you don't, there's no commitment. You can walk away. We are that confident that you're going to love what we bring to the table. And lastly, we got a great team. I know we got the banner below that's showing our email as well as our phone. Call, text, email. our sales reps will respond. They will get on the line with you, and we'll get the process started really quickly.
I know you personally, Eric Foster, you're on LinkedIn because I've reached out to you before on LinkedIn. So if our audience wants to even get a hold of you, are you available and accessible?
Anytime you want to get a hold of me, I'm on LinkedIn. I can be immediately reached. I'm actually pretty responsible on LinkedIn. So you can get our sales reps, you can get to me, and we will get back to you quickly.
Everybody, DealerVantage solves a lot of the common problems dealerships have. They've integrated the insurance process into the retail dealership process. Plus, they do a whole lot more, especially on the fixed operation side, giving you as a dealer, giving you an unfair advantage, all right, if you will, to be able to deploy this system. So, Eric, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you. I see at the bottom, you've got your website scrolling, you've got the email, you've got the company phone number. We mentioned that you're available, you're on LinkedIn. So
We're here.
It's okay if folks reach out.
Absolutely. We'd love for it.
DealerVantage.us, sales@DealerVantage.us. And looks like there's an 877 number there as well. So, Eric, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much today for sharing this with the audience. And I look forward to great things from you and having you come back again and again.
Ted, it's been a blast. Thank you for having me.
Eric Foster, everybody, with one of the amazing new technologies, DealerVantage, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
Change. It's the only constant, especially in the automotive industry, which is always evolving. Facing these challenges head-on, DealerVantage has built a solution to increase profitability, retain more customers, and drive more business to your service department. Garage Share, a revolutionary platform that provides unique customer insights to dealerships. Garage Share delivers comprehensive information on all vehicles in your customer's garage, not just the ones you sold them.
We live in a wild time for automotive retail. Inventory supply, staffing, customer expectations. Everything is changing. But if there's one constant across all of these changes, it's that everything's getting more connected. Because that's what your customers demand. From sale to service, your customers expect you to personalize your approach for them. And with Garage Share, we provide the consumer insights to meet the customer in their household. What Garage Share gives you the ability to do is segment all of the vehicles that are already within your customer base. Don't just service the vehicle you sold them. Be their servicing center for every vehicle they own. By understanding every vehicle at your customer's address, you can proactively engage off-warranty vehicles to drive more customer pay work. The customers you keep are always your most profitable ones. And by being their go-to source for all sales and servicing, those customers aren't going to go anywhere. Everyone is struggling to build used inventory. What if you could target fully owned used cars that are top sellers in your market? The best part? It's easy. Everything's just a few clicks away. Consumer expectations are constantly evolving, and our team at DealerVantage is right there with you, giving you the tools to help you adapt, innovate, and connect with new opportunities.
We may not have had iPhones in the 80s, but at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we're happy to present Mike Boyd from iRecon as our next speaker.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Mike Boyd is with us. He's the founder of vAuto's iRecon. Mike, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having me back, Ted.
Mike, great to have you back. A lot of folks have really enjoyed the last time you were on, and boy, what a time in our industry, right? A lot of things happening on the used car, on the pre-owned side with values, and again, it continues to be something we never would have expected even just a few years ago.
Yeah, it's constant shifting and changing. It never stays somewhat normal, does it? So it keeps it interesting. That's what
it is. And I know that you're on the cutting edge, so I appreciate your time today for our audience. I got a couple questions for you. Starting off with there's consolidation that's happening right now within the industry. We're seeing it. We're hearing about it everywhere. There's a lot of there's more groups, dealer groups that are forming. How's reconditioning impacted, Mike, with all this movement that's going on?
Very positively, very positively. So overall, a big struggle for dealers is, of course, understanding what proper reconditioning is, not overspending or underspending. So one of the big opportunities as we do see the consolidation, like you mentioned, is that you see the good practices become more standardized across the group, because now you can look at each individual store and say, okay, what is working for you? Will that work for my other locations? And that also opens up the door for sharing of resources. So top of mind, especially today, when looking back to the last couple of years of how great it was profit wise, now we're having to again reinvent and relook at how we make money. So being able to capture more of that spend among our group creates a wonderful opportunity. Why would you use an outside resource if I can use a sister store or a brother store to get the job done? So that's really the big thing from that. I would say the HQ view is what we call it. The HQ overview is being able to look at all those internal practices at the store level, but then be able to ramp it up or throttle down the things we don't like or the things we do like. So a lot of great opportunity from that.
All right. Well, that makes a lot of sense. And maybe as a follow-up, so with this change in the industry, Mike, how should service managers, and we've got a lot of service managers watching today, how should they think about reconditioning and that process across multiple rooftops?
Well, I think it kind of goes back to that original question up to a certain point. So for the service manager, there's a reason why I always say it's called fixed ops. I mean, they are really patterned. They understand efficiency and they despise inefficiency. So it's always, how can we get more out of the hours that we have in that day? So when they're looking at that job to be done for their own used car department, and they're saying, okay, I know I need to get X amount of cars through. I have X amount of jobs to do. But now when they're looking and able to look more holistically at that whole reconditioning plan, because that's the big thing about iRecon, is that it's a strategy. It's not just a widget to tell somebody I want service done. It's to tie all the interested parties together so that way they can see how they fit into the bigger strategy of selling cars, right? So that changes the perspective. So when you're trying to plan your day, one, your internal consumer, the used car department, is a vital piece of your money-making model. So how can I better allocate my hours in the day, fit more used cars in, or understand what needs done so I can have the right technician on the right car at the right time? As well as part of the bigger groups, how can I leverage another service facility in my group, to offset if maybe I need to really concentrate on consumers off the street. There's a lot going on in the service department that they have to pay attention to.
You're right. And we've got a lot of groups, and that's been part of the discussion here at this roundtable. So thank you for that. Mike, how about individual rooftops? How are they held accountable within, let's say, the dealer group when it comes to recon?
So there's been a blind sight into the reconditioning process for years. And by and large, there still is so much opportunity, which is very exciting for me. So when you're an individual store, there's not a whole bunch to compare to. And it's real easy to get into status quo because that's just the way we always did it. Now, being part of a group has its own unique challenges, but the big opportunity is to be able to see similar stores or stores that are similar in some areas and see how they're reacting. What are they doing? Sometimes it really does come down to seeing another location or a couple other stores as part of your group and saying, you know what? Yeah, I'm not doing that. There's a lot to be gained from that. I mean, that sounds horrible, but again, each individual store being part of a group can leverage the group information that, hey, this is working here, or maybe they're in a different parts that are seeing a repercussion of the current market and they're reacting differently. You get to learn off of their spend of time, energy, and money. So I think being part of a group is a wonderful thing. A lot of people talk about you lose that individuality. You shouldn't lose the individuality. You should be able to spread those individual traits that are really good for the group. But if those things you're doing do not make sense, then they should go away anyway. So it's not a lack of individuality. If anything, it's a way to highlight those great things you're doing because it's there for everybody to see.
Speaking of groups, as I look around the country, a little bit off topic, I see a lot of consolidation continuing to happen in markets where there were not groups. Now they're coming in, they're acquiring stores. So right. I would imagine, in my mind, that's going to continue to increase. What do you think in terms of?
I absolutely think so. I absolutely think so. And overall, it's going to be really great for the market because, again, you get back to that standardization of practices. And one thing I've seen that groups, when you're just worried about your own backyard, that's a different perspective than a group looking at everyone's backyard and then what's best for the market and for my dealers and my employees. So that really helps to get rid of the old practices that have held us back for so long. I mean, car people are extremely nimble. We are hesitant to change, but once we accept that a change has to be made, we're extremely nimble. So the group perspective is, hey, we're going to do this together. There are no outliers, maybe some individuality a little bit, but overall, these are the things we're seeing. This is how we're best going to prepare all of our brother and sister stores to weather whatever environment we're in.
I love it. Everybody, we're speaking today to Mike Boyd. He is the founder of vAuto's iRecon. One of the great differentiators is that Mike Boyd is a retail person. He came up through retail. He's been a dealer. He understands the retail side of the business. Mike, I think that's a great advantage, by the way, that iRecon has in the marketplace. So congratulations to you.
Thank you
on the success that you're having and continuing to have. And I think that's a great perspective you've got. I got to ask you, what should a general manager or let's say even a service director do when there's an underperforming store, let's say in that group on the reconditioning performance side?
Call it out. I always use the term be of service. And I use that term with my children. Anybody can just say there's a problem. But if you do see a problem, I absolutely think you should be empowered to raise your voice, but also you need to be part of the solution. Having multiple people or a general manager, and if you look at those jobs and those job descriptions, you are to protect the name on the building. So if you see a concern, call it out, leverage the community, right? And then work through with your team on a solution. Because at the end of the day, and you mentioned just a second ago, I start off chasing bumpers and selling cars and work my way up. So I understand each one of those different mindsets because I've had to feed my family from that mindset and that pay scale. So at the end of the day, everything we do at the dealership has to impact selling cars in a positive way. So whether you're the lot tech, the general manager, or the sales director, or the fixed ops director, we all have to work together and we're all vital to selling cars. And if we're not, then we shouldn't be there. So we have to not just look at what we're doing, but what everyone else is doing in relation to how it affects what I'm doing, because we're very interconnected. And that's the main focus. And that's the mindset that when I created iRecon was, it's not just about getting a car detailed. It's not just about getting it serviced. It's about whatever that holistic reconditioning process for that individual car needs to be to help it sell faster and make the most money. How can all those pieces work together effectively and efficiently to get rid of the waste?
Mike, a few months back here on the Roundtable, you told me the story of how you put together that first playbook when you were working in retail.
32 pages, yeah.
On reconditioning. And, the thing one of the main takeaways that I got from that, Mike, was that Recon was about now establishing communication, all right? And a process within departments, within many layers in a dealership that historically have not communicated very well. And now it's more timely than ever before. I want to ask you about those internal communication processes. what needs to be in place to communicate across? Let's talk about these groups. Multiple rooftops. They could be geographically close or far away. Through that reconditioning process to take advantage of that economy and scale.
So first, I think it's important to note that a lot of people misunderstand and they think very straight line when it comes to communication. Communication isn't just calling Ted and saying, "Hey, Ted, I need something done." To me, proper communication is delivering the right amount of information in relation to the job that needs to be done to the person who does the job at the right time. So first thing I tell a dealership is, hey, you use software for almost everything that's done at the dealership, from finding vehicles to buying vehicles to merchandising to pricing to selling. But then when it comes down to our own money, our own cost to do business, because that's really what that reconditioning process is, the first thing we need to do is adopt a software that connects all interested parties around that job of selling cars. And those pieces of the reconditioning process influence the selling of cars. So for communication, to me, it's saying, hey, I need Ted to be able to log in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and understand exactly what is expected of him. I want Ted to have confidence that he understands what a good job is and what a bad job is. And I want Ted to be able to self-manage. But when a problem arises, because they do, that's just, it just happens, Ted has to have access to be able to reach out to the right person or people to remove the roadblock or to come up with a plan to remove the roadblocks, both today and for tomorrow, because there's that immediate fix and then there's the long-term solution. So communication, either at the single store or the group level, comes down to connecting the people with access to the right information that they can get when they need, but then also have immediate access to anybody and everybody involved in that process. But tying it back to the car, I think that's the most critical piece, because I do not want to increase communication. I want to decrease needless communication. Because you get rid of the noise, right? The noise is the things that it just don't really have any bearing on that job to be done. So like in iRecon, when you reach out or you're messaging, there's numerous ways to communicate, both at the individual store and the group level, but it all ties back to either the car or the individual job to be done as part of that reconditioning process. But at the end of the day, it ties the right person to the right car at the right time to remove roadblocks and increase valuable communication.
And if I can just follow up on that, Mike, not only the roadblocks, but the blind spots, right? That would be
from you don't know. You really don't know what you don't know. I mean, just because it's worked and it's worked for a long time and you fed your family that way doesn't necessarily mean it's the right way. So that goes back to that, HQ, right? That ability as part of a group to say, hey, well, this is actually a really big opportunity to learn those things I didn't know, or to challenge those beliefs that I've held for so long. They may stay in place. I may validate what I believe, but I will also, I guarantee, find a lot of new ideas and new opportunities to increase the selling of cars and the profitability of doing it.
Everybody, Mike Boyd is a former retailer who created this software, and who better than somebody from retail to do it, to understand the needs. They're having a lot of success right now. It's the leading software in reconditioning, and he's helping a lot of dealers and a lot of groups get better at finding those roadblocks and blind spots, if you will, and really increasing the effectiveness of the dealership. Mike, if our audience wants to reach out and find out more about iRecon, if they're still using the Excel or the pencil and paper, which, or throwing, I know they're out there, right?
Oh yeah.
What do we do? How do we get a hold of you? How do we get a hold of vAuto's iRecon? What's the next step?
So I'm very happy, and I always say that I'm very privileged and happy to be part of vAuto. We're not a company doing business with vAuto. We are part of vAuto, which means that the performance manager that your store knows and does business with every day. They're part of your team. That's the unique thing about a performance manager. Reach out to your performance manager, because proper or improper reconditioning affects everything from your look to book and your acquisition to whether or not you can even sell a car and make a profit. So that is, again, I can't stress enough, that's your cost to do business. That's your actual money. So first is reach out to your performance manager, ask them a couple questions, ask to see or be given, a demo of iRecon. I am always happy. I mean, the best part of my job is engaging with dealers, and I still enjoy doing demos and talking to dealers as much as possible. So I try to. So I'm always available too. But no matter what, reach out, ask the question. So I'd say go to performance manager, reach out to me.
And iRecon is part of vAuto and is part of the Cox Automotive family as well. So a lot from Cox Automotive here on the Roundtable. So Mike, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, I want to thank you for all you have done and continue to do. And I can't wait to hear about the great things coming forward from iRecon.
Well, I could say the same thing for you because I enjoy your show very much. Thank you, Ted.
All right, everybody, reach out to vAuto's iRecon. You just heard it from Mike Boyd. He's the founder. Mike Boyd here today from iRecon at the Fixed Ops Roundtable back at the 80s.
My name's Alex Andreas.
My name's Richard Bastillo.
My name is Curtis Thompson.
I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
I'm the General Manager.
I'm the Service Director
You can't sell a car until the car's fixed. Service can't fix a car until it goes through the recon process. My detailers can't clean a car until it gets through the recon process. So it affects service, parts, sales, the whole organization, how you manage your recon.
If you are a service director or even a used car manager or an owner, reconditioning software is a must.
We've been on vAuto over 10 years, and right now we've got vAuto in all of our 18 dealerships, and I can't see us doing business in the used car market without it.
An hour makes a difference. From the minute it comes in on trade, the clock is ticking. If time is our most important commodity, then managing the process is our utmost importance. So any technology that can identify any flaws in our process and give us an opportunity to improve on them is something I want to take a look at.
Before we used iRecon, they just yelled at service, "You guys are taking too long," and sometimes even in my position, I wasn't sure why it was taking too long.
We can't force anything on our dealerships. So in order to get our team to embrace it, I think we've got to show them what's in it for them and how it'll help them, and whether it's saving them time, making their time more productive, or helping them generate more profit for their department. Once they see that, then they'll embrace it and run with it.
I mean, before, you really didn't know where your car was in the process. Every department's done their job if you ask them. The service department says they're not here. The detail department says we're waiting for the cars. The picture guy says the cars aren't ready to take pictures. But I really couldn't identify exactly where the breakdown in the process was. iRecon did that. It identified exactly where the problem was.
You literally could see where the slowdown is and what you need to fix. You'd have more accountability and less finger pointing.
For me, the benefit of having iRecon is having it housed within vAuto and having the same platform throughout all of our dealerships. So when I'm having a conversation with one of our general managers or even one of our used car managers, I can see the progress in reconditioning and see if there's something that might be slowing those vehicles down, or if we even started the reconditioning process on a car.
Without iRecon, my life would be set back about 20 years.
iRecon and Provision give you the ability to start at the beginning with the correct notes, with the correct information, with the market data you need to put the right number on the car, to set up your reconditioning from day one the way it needs to be, and give you the ability to merchandise that product right away on the internet. Things like that give me more time where I can focus on different areas and make more money for the company.
We're in a crazy market. It's constantly changing. Over the last 2 years, we've seen things that we've never seen in the industry. And one of the things you tend to run into when things get a little hectic is you cut corners and you miss out on things. iRecon prevents all of the issues and all those concerns where you know that you hit every gate and the cars come out consistently every time, and they meet up to the standard that you want.
Nowadays, we could see the true nature of, the slowdown and what we need to focus on to improve.
The ultimate goal is to sell cars, and the only way you can sell a used car is by getting it up online. And iRecon helps you get that car up online faster.
We've seen rapid growth in our pre-owned departments across the company. If you want to increase your profitability and your turn, there's no other product better than iRecon.
We're hitting light speed. Join us in the Quantum 5 realm on our next panel with David O'Brien and Sarah Vantine.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Quantum 5, the team at Quantum 5 is with us now. David O'Brien and Sarah Vantine, no strangers to the Fixed Ops community. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
All right. How fun is this?
David, you are always fun at these events.
Sarah tried to talk me into putting my curly hair, my 80s hair back on, Ted.
I tried. But, I think the subject matter that we have for today, top reasons techs are tempted to leave calls that we go as we are now. And David, I'm grateful to you and Quantum 5 and Sarah for all the support that you give the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And, thanks so much for all that you do.
Yeah, no, Ted, you've made a difference in the community. The things people are talking about in fixed operations today are different than they were 5 years ago. And thanks for bringing us on the ride, right, Sarah?
Absolutely. This has been such an exciting endeavor to watch as it continues to build and grow.
No, you're both a huge part of it. So, all right, let's start the conversation. I understand you have some data that's come in on this topic on what's tempting technicians to possibly leave. And I'll invite you to share that with our audience.
Well, Sarah, I'll start us off, but Sarah knows this information so darn well. Ted, I think you remember last year you helped us announce we acquired the company called ESI Trends. And ESI Trends is now called ESIQ on an everyday basis, right? Hence being part of Quantum. But what's been exciting about that company is something that Sarah and I believed in from the beginning, which is we wanted data to be able to share with our dealers and the community about, okay, are people staying, and could you impact them in ways through their learning and their career building that would cause them to go, I don't have a reason to go anywhere. Could we make culture better? And so consequently now with that company, 28-year-old company, the founder, Ted Crable, is still part of our team, and we're grateful for that. We have all this interesting data from almost 100,000 people in the last year that took these Net Promoter Score surveys. Combine that with the work that Ted has been instrumental in doing around the NADA workforce study for the last 15 years. And we end up with this really interesting stuff about service advisors and technicians. And Sarah and I talked about it, and she just felt it was so important that we share this with the community about the things they're saying. So we anonymized and aggregated some data. I'll let Sarah start you out with some stuff.
Yeah, so this has been a really exciting topic to discuss, Ted, because, and you've been such an advocate with having so many new technicians that have been part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and sharing their unique experience and advice for other dealerships and employees. So this has been very timely to get to share some of this data around technician retention. And I think it's worth noting with ESIQ, as Dave was talking about, we survey thousands of technicians every year. And so the data that we're getting, we get from a variety of dealerships across the United States. And the interesting thing that we've been seeing has been some really exciting developments around turnover trends. And I'm really excited to say that we saw a drop in technicians looking to leave for better jobs. It went from 22% down to 19%. And some of those conversations that Dave alluded to around how do we keep growing and benefiting our employees, what do we do to continue to listen to them? That's all in part of some of those percentage changes, and we still have a long way to go.
Wow. Well, that's these topics all surrounding technicians and technician retention, Sarah, are very near and dear to the audience. And, the data is interesting that you continue to share. What else have you found as well?
I think the retention piece is the one that Sarah and I continue to look at, right? Because there's a direct correlation, Ted, and this isn't going to surprise you. It's definitely not going to surprise the audience. There's a direct correlation between customer retention, right? Which everybody listening to this, middle of May, we're going, okay, how many am I going to keep this year? And our service teams. And right now, when you look at the data from the NADA workforce study last year, although we've worked on turnover and turnover got better, the 3-year point, getting our teams to the 3-year point in fixed ops seems to be the magical number we're all looking for. And we're still only getting about 56% of technicians on average to be at a dealer 3 or more years. And so the combination of our hope, Sarah and I, is now that we see turnover improving, right, is that we keep working on that number, because if we knew why they were leaving, we could start to impact the retention, right? Now we can get more to the 3-year point. So what Sarah and I did is we put together some data for you that we'd love to share with your audience about why do they say they're leaving. Sarah, you want to start out with a couple, or you want me to?
Yeah, let me just kick the first one that I thought was so very interesting, because it's something that I think when you think about the entire fixed operations department and you think about the pieces between scheduling and the service advisor write-up and then on into the technician, this makes a lot of sense why we're seeing this happen. And the first one that really just resonated with me was that 1 out of 5 technicians told us that they are looking for a career change in 2022. And so career change meaning getting out of the service business entirely in the dealership. And so when we look at that question deeper and we look at the comments and feedback related to that specific point, what was really interesting was to see that technician shortages and the lack of service capacity to meet customer demand were the reasons that it was putting so much stress and pressure on technicians to the point that they were thinking about leaving retail automotive. So that ties in everything from the customer experience from the BDC when they answer the phone, how they're shop loading that shop capacity, onto how your service advisors are greeting and putting that workflow into the technician's funnel for the day. We have to take a close look at all of those components to make sure that we start to have more technicians wanting to stay, since 1 out of 5 are telling us that they're considering leaving the auto industry completely.
And it's interesting, Sarah, these are a lot of factors that we talk about all the time, Dave, when we get together and have these meetings. But it's interesting now that this actually has a profound effect on the thinking, of the technicians, Dave, as well.
It's interesting. We had an OEM phone call. I don't know, it was probably about 6-8 weeks ago. And one of the things the OEM wanted our help in doing is asking us to do a survey of markets where Amazon and a couple of other companies was heavily recruiting technicians with this interesting pitch of Monday through Friday, lighter hours, choose your shift. Because think of all the vans that we now see that are Sprinter vans with Amazon logos driving around, delivering packages around America.
Sure.
So they wanted to understand, this OEM, is how do we get our dealers to think differently about not letting those folks be tempted to leave the retail dealership environment, considering the investment we've made in them, and how do they not end up Amazon technicians? I mean, if we were in Texas, we'd be worried that they'd end up in an oil field. Today, it's you better worry everywhere about that gray truck and whether or not that person is looking to put technicians into an Amazon warehouse where I don't know how luxurious it is, but I'm sure there's a robot that brings the parts or something, right? And they don't even have to walk. I don't know. I'm just guessing, right? But
and those trucks are in all of our neighborhoods, Dave. And you're right.
Yeah.
5 years ago, no such thing. I don't recall that. So you're right.
Yeah.
All brand new. Wow, look at that.
So if you have a technician who knows how to work on a Sprinter van, or if you have a technician that can work on diesel in any way, right? You've got to have a better eye on it. So what we did is we dug down into what they said. And when you go, why would they go to Amazon, or why would they go to another dealer, right? So let me give you just an interesting one, right? The number one reason won't surprise anybody. Ted, you want to guess why they say they might go somewhere else? Money.
The study always amazes me, so I'm going to likely be wrong.
The number one was money, right?
Okay.
But right after that is the work that you're doing, that all of us pour into, that we have to keep pouring into, because the number two reason didn't surprise Sarah and I either, and it is difficulty with the quality of my manager, difficulty with the workplace culture that I'm in. Okay. It spans everything from I think there's favoritism, or I think the way they dispatch work to me is unfair, or my manager doesn't communicate with me. And Sarah and I, we spend our time attacking that one for our dealers right away.
That's huge, and I'm so glad that that's a question that's asked, Dave, on the survey. I imagine years ago it may not have been, put on there, or not quite as eloquent, but you're right. That's a huge factor. Wow.
Yeah. When you go down the list, then they talk about stuff like Sarah said, which is, hey, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I don't know if I want to be at a retail dealership. Sarah and I have a client in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and at their Audi store, there was a young man who was needing to take his final Audi tests as a technician, and there was going to be a significant change in income if he completed them. And he decided instead to quit. And when we talked to the general manager, we said, so tell me about how the communication went. He said, he just decided that he was tired of having to prove to people that he was good enough to fix these cars when he was already doing the fix it right work. So I don't want a lifetime of that, he said. And he opted out. Wow. We hear all the time this thing come up about communication. And interestingly, when Sarah and I talk to these stores, we have to remind them what we learned ourselves at Quantum, which is sometimes the communication they want is not what the management or the leader thinks of naturally. So Sarah, you want to tell everybody how bad I am at remembering to use Slack, right? But our team loves different forms of communication, right? In a dealership, well, are they really interested in going over to the computer that hopefully isn't a green screen in their stall? And are they really interested in using email? Or would they prefer something faster, simpler? Do they not want to use texting, but they wish they could get communication better? I have a lot of dealers who have Outlook, right? Well, they're already paying for Teams. Could they do Teams meetings? Could they send Teams messages? Could they have Teams channels where there was communication? And when I look at the results over here about, I wish there was better communication, the first thing I always try and share with dealers is you have to change. I'm 59 this month in May, Ted, right? And my form of communication is not what a 28-year-old technician on the up and come of success is, right? Sarah and our team tease me all the time. Hey, I sent you a Slack message. And I go, oh, okay, wait, I got to go find that app again. It's somewhere in a folder and I don't remember as often. And so I think if we want to keep text, one of the things they say is change, you don't give me a paycheck anymore. It gets direct deposited. So you can't give me a paycheck stuffer. Help me feel communication in different ways. They also talk about this interesting thing, and Ted at ESIQ is really, really passionate about. Ted, 25% of them who say they're thinking about leaving say, I don't see a career path. I don't see advancement, right? And I think I have to challenge service managers and dealers right now. We've got to be willing to talk to them about what comes after the idea of, we had one recently say, I don't mind doing the physical work until it's winter and the tire's all wet and the tire's filthy dirty. And for whatever reason in the winter, when I have to do a rotate and balance, they just feel heavier. I don't like it. And I don't want to do it till I'm 50 something.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think we have to find ways to paint career paths for them that show them what could the future look like. Hey, look at Joe Casella, who's in our company.
Mm-hmm.
Joe is our chief operating officer. Joe can still tell you about putting air conditioners in mid 1980s Datsuns.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
We would dealer install them. Yes. Yeah.
But Joe's career progressed from technician to advisor to shop foreman to fixed ops director to inside technology businesses the rest of his career, right? So how do we give them that career growth? Here's another one that I think we should all be thinking about. It's the third rail for Sarah and I, right? We get nervous when we decide to talk about this one. We debated whether I should bring it up. I think that's why she's letting me say it. Ted, they want to talk about hours.
Mm-hmm.
They want to talk about less or no weekends. And they want to talk about flexibility in their schedule. And Sarah and I joke, our company, we joke and we go, should we touch the third rail? Right? Hey, look, let's just acknowledge the idea of flexibility in a service technician or a service advisor's schedule. It's hard. Nobody's got a silver bullet. There are some great innovators that have been on your show, though, that are trying 4-day work weeks. They are running multiple shifts. They've overcome the problem. Well, what if Napa's part store is not open and they're working on something and we need the part from Napa? They've overcome stuff because keeping the team was more important than not figuring it out. And go, Sarah.
No, I was going to say, well, that ties right back into the piece that you were talking about just a minute ago that we thought was so compelling, which is the culture piece, right? Like all of these things are so interconnected to really the second reason why technicians, the second top reason, I should say, why technicians are considering another job or another opportunity. It is that workplace culture. So if you have these innovative ideas and you're willing to test the waters with scheduling or trying different shifts or trying new things to keep them engaged, well, that really is a facet of that whole second reason, which is, a bad workplace, bad leadership, or, a culture that they don't want to be a part of anymore. So it really relates right back into that same point, which is, we do have to get more creative, especially with the percentage of people that are looking for a career change completely.
I think that's a key phrase, Dave, what Sarah just said. We have to get more creative. I continue to learn a lot of things, Sarah, in these conversations with you and Dave. Number one, just now I learned that Dave and I are both May babies. Okay. Number two is that your work at Quantum 5 on the culture front and the work that you do, Dave, in doing these, in conducting and being a part of these studies and analyzing the data before you go into the dealerships, and you have what other companies do not have. You have that great grasp and understanding of what is current and needed right now, and what, for example, in this case, as technicians are looking at, or things that they are possibly being tempted with and why they may leave. So that's a great resource you've got, Dave, and you can build that in. I know you do build that into the good work that you do.
Yeah, no, it's important to us to know how to create a holistic fix. I don't want to be the one and done. I do want to add one other one, right? You talk about creativity, and there's another one on this list that says they want better benefits, but you've got to get creative around benefits Ted, too, right? I'll give you a couple of examples. What if you gave everybody $100 a month Uber allowance? What if you said, you keeping your driver's license and keeping yourself and others safe is so important, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I have a dealer that says every spring I run a contest for the service team, and that is I'll pay for their boat storage. You want to put your boat in a slip, you want to put your bass boat, you're going to do a lot of fishing. I'll pay for it. He goes, it's the best $600 I could spend for something that they really care a lot about. So if you started to stretch your creativity, as you said, what could you do that was a benefit that made your team go, only they do this? So you're right. It's a passion of ours to stay focused on that culture stuff, because then the training works better. So,
and I think that's what's so amazing about our performance suite is that really that holistic environment that you were describing, it doesn't stop in one department. You have to have that approach from the leadership in the organization. You have to have it across your sales, in your service departments, and your BDCs. It has to be this entire exploration of culture and training for all of your people.
I love it. Sarah, very well put. And you are the leader. Quantum is the leader in looking at creative ways for learning. I can't believe some of the things that you have deployed that are successful and working, things that, we wouldn't have expected in our industry, Dave O'Brien. So you have thought outside the box and continue to make learning fun and make it easy and, to bring the departments together, in the dealership. So congratulations to you and Sarah on all the success. And you are just tearing it up, guys. So at Quantum 5. So congratulations to you and all the
Thank you, sir.
success you're having. All right. We got a lot of folks watching, dealers, general managers, fixed ops directors, the whole gamut. Okay. Some using Quantum 5, some not yet. Some have heard about it. If they want to find out more, Sarah, I know you've got the details on this study, and you've got a whole lot more on how people can reach out to, you and Dave. Sarah, what's the best way to get a hold of you at Quantum 5 and get things rolling?
Yes. So easiest way to get started, if you want to call the phone number that's on the ticker right there, that 480-908-5003 is where you can reach us. You can also check out our website at quantum5.ai and explore a little bit more about ESIQ and some of the great things that we're doing across automotive training.
Sarah, I think you told me on another segment that phone number actually rings on the red phone on your desk. So
it does. So it's the bat phone. It's a direct line. If you need to reach me, that is my direct line right there.
All right, everybody. So you've got the insider phone number to reach Sarah Vantine at Quantum 5 to take the next step. Even if you have questions on your process, on things that you may be considering, Dave mentioned different types of work weeks, different types of incentives. On behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank you both for all you do for the retail community.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you so much.
Yeah. Dave O'Brien and Sarah Vantine, everybody, leading the way here at Quantum 5, here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Presenting the Quantum 5 mobile app, the perfect companion in building frictionless customer experiences. After you complete your first in-person learning experience with our team, you'll enter the Quantum 5 world by receiving a text inviting you to download the app. Follow the steps from that link to download the app and verify your phone number. Then you're in. You'll then receive a congratulatory message and an introduction from Dave O'Brien, CEO of Quantum 5. Next, you'll select your social style, or you can take a quick assessment to determine it again. Once you choose your avatar, you're ready to get started. You must complete one card of each social style before you can unlock more personalized journeys. Next, we take you to the dashboard of the app. your one-stop source for all the information you need about your current progress, news, or daily quick tiles. Quick tiles are customizable tidbits of knowledge, quotes, or maybe a question to help you think about interactions you've had during your day. You can even configure the app to send you quick tiles during the day, to help you get engaged in the morning or to reflect on your day in the evening. Learnings are grouped into cards that have beautiful art to help you visually catalog your achievements. You can collect and eventually share these cards with your colleagues if you find one useful or memorable. You can see the progress of all your active cards right here on the dashboard. When you're ready to jump back in, simply select your card. You can tap to access your activities and track your progress, or see a summary of the character where you can also record notes personally related to the social style type. Here's an example of a video scenario. The video is presented, and the user can select the answer to progress to the next question. You can even turn your device sideways to see the video in full screen.
I've never driven a Raptor before.
Learnings on the card vary. This can be as simple as asking a multiple choice question, or as complex as a video scenario with multiple questions about the scenario. Community managers can send newsfeed items to your device. They're shown in chronological order with the most recent article first. When the article is no longer relevant, like an announcement of an event, it will automatically disappear from your feed. You can tap the View All button to see an expanded view of all the newsfeed items available. Depending on where you are on your learning journey, you might be able to start a new card. These cards will be shown in this section in stacks. Based on which card you choose, you can progress forward in your journey, or you can stay at this level and learn more about the current or previous topics. As mentioned earlier, once you have completed one card from each social style, more cards will become available. We're constantly creating new content, which will be distributed to members based on the journeys they're on. You'll receive a push notification when new cards are added to your journeys, so you can keep on learning. Your completed cards are always available for you to review. Help is a tap away. The Support tab opens an ongoing private chat between you and your community managers to help you with any issues you're experiencing. This concludes our quick tour of the Quantum 5 mobile app. Thank you for watching.
Our next speaker is a real super trooper. It's Mike Hanna from TrueSpot.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Mike Hanna is with us. He's the founder and CEO of TrueSpot. He's all over the media and fixed operations. Mike, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, Ted. It's great to be back. Great to see you.
Great to see you as well. Congratulations on all your success. I've heard a lot about this Fixed Ops 360, and I think we're going to learn more today from you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, first of all, you're the genius. The whole TrueSpot, the way you've got that set up, the locator, how it applies throughout the dealership. So, congratulations on that. And tell us a little bit more. Why would a dealership? Mike, take us from the beginning. Why would a dealership choose Fixed Ops 360 from TrueSpot?
Yeah, it's a great question. So from our perspective, it's all really about location, and working with our dealer partners, you're always working, with the car and the key that goes with it. You have tools, you have other things that you're always kind of keep track of, and all the time that's spent running these things down. So that allocated time we talk about. If you know where everything's at all the time in real time, that's the first obstacle. And so once you're able to have that seamlessly integrate that into process and workflow and other software tools, we believe location will power fixed ops in a way that we haven't seen for a long time, and really expedite the process and efficiencies and everything that goes with it.
I love the technology. So, all right, take us through it. Exactly how does it work?
Yeah, so the technology is a little bit of background. So we're kind of half dealer operators and from the team perspective, and half technology geeks, wireless communication experts. And so those two things kind of came together. And so from the technology piece of it, so we manage, own, and operate a really low power radio network that covers the entire campus. And once we do that, we can put our location services on top of that, and every single dealer campus, and whether it's even third party sites and others, it's basically a custom tailored network. So it's easy for us to stand up, just the capabilities we have within the network, and that location capability can be tuned to almost any use case. And so inside, getting down to service bay level, finding keys and kind of nooks and crannies. But that technology, from that connectivity to the location services, and then there's little hardware trackers that just get attached kind of in real time. And then for fixed ops, you may not be able to see this that well behind me, but there's a hang tag. It's over that shoulder. Yeah, that just goes on the windshield. A lot of times it's already preordained to an RO. Could be colored for the service advisor that's responsible, but really just hangs on. And there's a carabiner that attaches to the keys. So this is all kind of preset kits. Customer comes in the service drive, quickly doing everything you need to do. Boom, boom, these get attached without really any to do. And then the vehicle and the key both are being tracked throughout their time as they're there. So that means obviously less time looking for them. Where everything's at, whether you're a tech or a service advisor or someone else. And then you even start to get kind of smart alerts and things like that you can integrate in very easily. Whereas hits the wash bay, okay, then that determines I should be getting an alert to that service advisor that tells me that customer car is ready. So the system just moves a lot faster. You get customers in and out faster. Stop wasting time. And then when it happens, that lost key, which happens actually more frequently than what we probably want to admit, you're able to find it in real time. So no more kind of lost key, upset customer, rekey cost, all the kind of stuff that goes with that.
There's been a lot of talk here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Mike, about reconditioning, right? And getting the days, to make a vehicle frontline ready, a used car that just came in, pre-owned vehicle, taking it down from 15 to 10 days to 7 to 5, even 3 days. Yep. And there was just a panel we just did at the Roundtable, and they were talking about in the reconditioning process, okay, all the lost time, the lost hours looking for things like you're describing right now, looking for the keys, looking for the car, looking for all these things. So really, Fixed Ops 360 by TrueSpot, this really helps solve that.
Yeah, it solves key, car, every asset that moves. You're going to know where they're at. So that frustration, the wasted time, which is incredible how much wasted time there is on just a daily basis. And everybody's time is valuable. And then if you start, seeing how that time for that person could have been billable, it makes more of a direct impact to the bottom line. So those are critical things. And then from a recon perspective, it goes even steps further than that. And so we used to say location is everything. And then as we started to evolve and build out more capabilities, we got into it really just starts with location, because taking recon as an example, as that vehicle moves from step to step, through that process, and you're really trying to reduce holding time and get that car frontline ready faster. Time is money, literally. What can happen with TrueSpot is you can, what we call geo enable those steps through the progression. So as that vehicle moves from place to place, it's actually checking it in and out of the steps of the recon process, and then sending alerts to the responsibles. And so if it pulls into a service bay, Johnny's the tech in that service bay. Johnny's now on the clock. Nobody had to go manually enter that into a step from a progression perspective. He gets an alert that, hey, this car with the VIN, the ROs that are the jobs that are attached to that RO are also then pushed to him. And so it just expedites the whole process, keeps everybody moving. And then from management perspective, you can start to see bottlenecks in real time and really get real analytics and data to help improve that recon process. So just like you said, going from 10 to 7 to 5 to 3 days, you're able to really do it with the insights that the tool generates for you, driven by location.
All right. So driven by location, and it's software. You have software. Now, is it going to add extra steps for any of the dealerships, let's say their service employees?
Yeah, great question. So anything you use, it has to be easy, has to adapt into existing workflows. And so lots of learnings for us in the beginning. And then in part, the hang tag that I have behind me, so obviously very common in the service drive, and as cars come in, car hats, hang tags, other things. And so what we did over time was just a very simple thing when you look back, but was instead of the way we do marrying of kind of cars and keys to our trackers on the front line, where it's attached and it's on a key ring, or it's a little scrunchie that goes on the rearview mirror. I said, okay, let's just incorporate or co-opt the hang tag system and attach our technology to it. And so the hang tag is actually better. It's what we call a persistent tag, so it lives forever. Can be customized, dealer branded, different colors for service advisors, all these sort of things. But then the tech just lives on the tag itself. And then on the tag behind me, there's a little carabiner that attaches with another little tag that has the same number. One's for the keys, one for the car, because sometimes those things will go in different directions. And so you want to be able to quickly either attach them. And if they do get detached, hey, where's my car? Where's my key? So the system's able to do that really easily.
I was going to ask you, Mike, how it affects the day-to-day process of a service employees, but I'm thinking it makes their life easier, right? Because it takes all these frustrating, daily tasks. It removes a lot of them from the equation.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, the extra work is an extra few seconds in the beginning, adding that hang tag, putting it on the rearview mirror.
Okay.
And then if there's depending on how the service drive runs, just making sure that RO number is attached to that particular car or RO. And in some cases, like with CDK, for example, we have direct inventory integration. So if a car pulls into the service drive, it's directly in our system immediately. So CDK dealers in the drive, already there. So that instance of attaching those two things is just a seamless one. And then at the end, all you have to do is take it out and then reuse it over and over. But in between all that time, however long that car is there with you in your possession and the key, you know exactly where it's at, no matter what time of day, when you need it. And then you start to incorporate some of the intelligent alerts that can be placed in kind of what we call a geo zone or a geo fence. So if it goes into the wash bay, which is an easy one, then that alert goes to the service advisor that, hey, this customer's car is now ready for pickup. No more, walking back to the back. Give me 10 minutes. I'll call you back. I'm not sure if it's ready yet. I think it was in wash an hour ago, but I wasn't sure. All cleared up. All just digital and automatic from the TrueSpot system.
We're speaking today to Mike Hanna. He's the founder and CEO of a company called TrueSpot. They have a platform called Fixed Ops 360. He's taking the industry by storm in both the variable and the fixed ops part of the industry. So, Mike, I got to ask you, how long, if I'm a dealer or a fixed ops director, does it take to get your solution up and running at my store? And I know you do with single points and you do with multiple points as well. So that may vary.
Yeah, that's a good question. We've done a few of these over the last few years. And so what we've been able to do over time is just really expedite the setup of the network. So there's a couple different layers to it, but the deployment of the network that connects and provides literally real-time location of all the assets is something we can do in a half a day to a day. Bigger square footage and these sort of things may require, up to that day, maybe even bleeding a little bit into the second day, but typically within a half day, the network is set up and operational. And so at that point, it means, anything you want to track, it could be tools, like we mentioned, obviously cars and keys. We've tracked dogs and golf carts, just whatever is on campus that makes sense, iPads and other things. They can't. You just attach the radio tracker, and then it's going to tell you wherever it's at on campus. Now, depending on the complexity of if it's like a recon workflow, fixed ops, and understanding that, there's a little bit more nuance, and sometimes, obviously training comes with the system, but it could get more complicated. If we're going to manage the entire recon process, then there's a lot more than just the location. There's the whole kind of reconditioning workflow and third-party vendors and profiles and all those things that go with it. But so different software programs require a little bit different training, different users, that sort of thing. But the core technology, we can set it up, typically less than a day. And then it's really about optimizing it for that particular dealership and their process and their workflow.
So, Mike, when dealerships come to you at TrueSpot and say, we're interested, we want to see it, we want to see how it works, what kind of pain are they going through? What are some of the circumstances they're describing as to why they'd want to get into the TrueSpot Fixed Ops 360 platform? Is it the repeated lost keys? Is it are they measuring the time? What are some of the things that, you and your team might be hearing out in the field?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, a lot of times, because it's kind of the most simple thing for us to say is, do you have trouble keeping track of your cars and keys? Do you ever lose keys, or do you spend time looking for cars? So that just base use case is typically 90% of what drives kind of the call into TrueSpot or driving the conversation. once you have that, and this has been kind of a transition from the company perspective over the last couple of years, because we do location in spades. And I say, you know, sometimes we invented the category for automotive, and the system we built has much patents and all kinds of stuff around it. And we have a lot of that technology expertise that allows us to build it. But really, that's the I'm not going to say it's the easy part, but once we have that location, it's really that next step. What do we do with that location as we apply it to workflow? How do we make it business intelligence versus just, hey, I can find the key in the car really quickly and I don't lose keys anymore? Fantastic. There's huge ROI in that, but how do we take it to that next step? How do we infuse it into your process and workflow? How do you get analytics and new data that helps you create faster workflow or better sales throughput? All the things that kind of go with using that location to power more than just, hey, where's this thing at when I need it?
All right, Mike, last question for today for the Fixed Ops audience. Will this make my service department, I think I know the answer, will it make us more money?
Yeah, that's the multi-million-dollar question. And the answer is yes. And so there's a lot of ways we do that. And so one is when you look at just efficiency and driving more allocated time and billable hours, this takes away the lost time that goes with having to look and find and all these sort of things. So there's billable hours. That's a hard cost. There's rekey cost. And so that's a hard cost. If you have to cut a new key because you can't find it. And every service shop I've been to, sometimes it's happening 2 or 3 times a month. Sometimes it's happening once a quarter. But it's happening inevitably to every dealer out there. And then there's all the time that you spent a lot of times looking for those keys that you actually find and have to recut it, but that wasted time, and not just the techs, but your service advisors, your porters, all these guys, spending that time. And once you have all of that, some of that soft cost, obviously to save time, but then the impacts on the customer. So that customer, that CSI going up. So maybe your average time for a customer in the service drive goes from maybe 2 hours to an hour and 50 minutes, just because overall you're not wasting that time to find those things, and over time it's just shortening that service drive. So those customers are happier, they're getting in and out faster. You're obviously able to allocate more time, and then the employee satisfaction is going up, because one of the pain points, and you got a customer waiting and maybe they're getting a little bit huffy, you can't find the car, you can't find the key. So you can start to eliminate those use cases and have the team focus more just on customer satisfaction and the things that are most important, not tracking down a lost key and having to mobilize the team to get it because you got a really angry customer that's now been there for 2 hours extra, and somebody dropped the key somewhere, fell into a seat back, or who knows, but or somebody went to lunch and they had it in their shirt pocket, and and you just don't know. But yeah, those are quite a few of things we see day in and day out.
Everybody, Mike Hanna, founder and CEO of a company called TrueSpot, has a solution, Fixed Ops 360. It's award-winning, and it is in dealerships throughout the country, having great success in saving employee time and making dealerships more money throughout the dealership, especially in the service department. And Mike, I know we're going to see a little commercial, coming up from TrueSpot, but I tell you, if people want to reach out and get more information, I know they can go to the website, TrueSpot.com. What do you recommend they do? Go to the website. I see your email scrolling across the screen as well.
Yeah, the email, that's perfect. Feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to hear from customers and prospects and talk to customers all the time. So yeah, just Mike@TrueSpot.com. And then, whatever the question is, happy to help and happy to get in touch with my sales team and go through, demos and learn more about your dealership and how some of the pain points that you may be having, and see if we can apply TrueSpot directly to help out. But reach out to me directly. I'd love to kick off the conversation.
TrueSpot, everybody, highly recommended by the Fixed Ops Roundtable to the Fixed Ops community. Mike, on behalf of the retail Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much for being with us here today, back at the 80s.
Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, thanks, Ted. Always good to be back in the 80s.
Mike Hanna, everybody, founder and CEO at TrueSpot, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
How much time and money are wasted on searching for vehicles around the dealership lot? TrueSpot gives you real-time location of all your inventory. Now your team can find any lost vehicles in seconds with a few taps on their smartphone. Well, we've done the math. We can save the average dealer $280,000 a year and cut your sales cycle down by 45 minutes. Yeah, now we have your attention. How many times do your keys walk off without anyone knowing who has them? Key machines can only do so much, and they certainly can't give you the status of every asset. It's time to work smarter, not harder, with Lot Management 360. Our dynamic dashboard delivers real-time analytics and statuses that put you in motion for better sales. Plus, we can customize the integration to fit your dealership's needs. Know the status and location of every key and car, anytime, anywhere. Does your recon process have a recurring problem with vehicles standing still for days? With TrueRecon, the recon status of vehicles changes automatically based on vehicle location. You'll know when the vehicle is stocked for recon, dispatched to service for inspection and repair, sent to collision for scrapes and dings, brought to detail for a deep clean, and then frontline ready. Say goodbye to long turnarounds and say hello to a 50% reduction in time for getting your vehicles frontline ready. If you're ready to take control of your assets with quick access and real-time analytics, then eliminate what you can't see with true visibility. TrueSpot. Location is everything.
Don't stop believing. We're back in the 80s with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Are you in the 80s mindset yet? Only one way to find out on the New Parts Mindset panel.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is time for the New Parts Mindset panel. Want to introduce the A team to you all. It is Tiffany Kingrey, Ellen Haney, Shon Butler from back in the 80s, Jeremy Stevens, and Nick Gianike. Everybody, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. So great stuff. Ellen, thank you so much over there at Jeff Schmidt Automotive Group for helping to put the panel together and all the questions. And Ellen, if it's okay, I'm going to start things off with you today. Ellen, what are your main focuses for the parts business this year? Would it be online sales, accessories, ramping up stock, or so on?
So at least Nissan on our brand, they've been working really hard at pushing accessories this year. So we're kind of trying to work with doing that. I know we have 9 locations with our GM stores, and they've been ramping up their e-commerce. And we're really trying to get involved with the manufacturers to try to explain to them how to kind of be more customer convenient. We struggle sometimes with our brand in general because they don't have an easy access like our General Motors do. So a lot of it is going to be just kind of trying to make some changes and try to talk through it and get, kind of ahead. We've been fighting a lot of back order stuff, and it's going to continue to probably be like that. But we're adapting as best as we can.
All right. Good job. Nick, you're over there in Colorado. What are you seeing?
Basically, what we're seeing is an upkick on our accessory sales. We're starting a new program that highly involves our sales staff and the front counter staff to be more involved with the client, offering a web base. So that is something new for this store that they haven't been really involved in. I'm glad that we have launched it, and which also leads into the online sales category. That again, that we don't have an online presence at this store, so being able to kick it off is a phenomenal feat for us, and I'm glad it's going. We all in all of our stores have the same problem as back order parts, but we just have to be logistically smart and figure out the best way to get them.
I love it. Everybody, we are seeing a whole lot more here at the Roundtable on the online presence, as well as dealerships getting into the photographs of those parts, professionally done photo shoots at the dealership, and really blowing that up online. So a whole lot, Ellen and Nick, happening right now in parts. So actually, parts an exciting place to be.
Yeah.
Jeremy Stevens, what are you seeing?
So about the same as what they're saying, definitely online sales. We're trying to hire someone, and we actually did hire someone that kind of focuses, that likes selling stuff online and can handle it from start to finish. So we added that role, and also accessories, also trying to keep that relationship with the sales managers and the salespeople to the part side of it. And we've had great success with that.
Love it. Shawn, Butler, what do you see from your vantage point there?
So we've been ramping up on the accessories as well. We're trying to keep at least one model. Like, they just dropped a new Pilot off, so we're trying to do everything possible to that and keep it out front. Same thing with the MDX, and with the Mazda, got the new CX-90 out, and we're dolling them all up and trying to keep one that's just full boated out, right, to promote accessories sales. We already do a little bit on everything. Then we're almost, our obsolescence is almost nothing. So it's a little tougher to promote our eBay accounts that we established last year, but we want to increase that as well. And then, it's just really taking advantage of maybe some other people's misfortune, right? When they're trying to get rid of some things, we're trying to be open. We can buy something 10, 20 cents on the dollar and run through it. We got some pretty big Honda stores in our group. We're trying to capitalize on those opportunities as well.
I love it. Shon Kingrey, we're seeing a lot happen this year, and the mindset, Shon Kingrey, is changing in parts dramatically. We're seeing
it is. They're actually coming to the forefront now, and I know you've got a ton of panels, probably more than I've ever been involved in on the fixed op side and panels this time. I'm gonna throw out there, because I can jump on the Ellen and the Nick conversations, and then you got to have buy-in from the sales. There's got to be, they have to know what's available. So I'm going to throw two things out there for you, Ted. First of all, you need to tell sales what you can get and what's sellable, because right now their mindset, everything's on back order. All right. So if you can get tube steps, tell them tube steps are, tell them what you can get them for, and tell them how much they are. The other challenge I'm going to throw out there, you're talking about the online presence. And Nick and I've experienced this before. I challenge every store to go out there and send yourself a lead. Find out where the parts lead online are going, and you're going to be shocked that nobody's getting them, or nobody's responding to them, or it's going to a dead email address from a former employee from 2 years ago. And I can tell you that Nick and I in our past have done this, and 50% of the stores never were even getting the leads. So again, I challenge every single store, send yourself a lead in service and in parts, and see where they're going, and make sure you're going to go to somebody, because in Nick and I's previous life, we ended up just turning all the leads to Nick for all the stores, because we knew where they did to respond.
Shawn, you've got 8 stores now at Kaiser Automotive Group up there in Wisconsin. So you've got to be seeing things like that as you come in, and you know what to look for as well.
Yeah, and you learn from your past. You learn from your peers. You learn from your own mistakes, quite frankly.
Yeah. All right. I want to switch gears, everybody, a little bit. Ellen, you and I talked a little bit about what's ahead for parts. Nick, this time I want to come to you. When it comes to hiring a parts person, Nick, what are some of the major things, if you want to describe, that you look for when hiring somebody for the parts department?
Well, the first thing that when we're outsourcing and looking for a new recruit is basically compatibility, to make sure that person will be compatible with the team. Also dependability, again, with the fact of, their work ethic, and, their past history of showing up on time, and their knowledge, the knowledge of the automotive industry. Now, we're not shying away from people that have zero knowledge, but, in the world that we're living in, it's harder and harder, but I would love to see, try to get more people in, but yes, knowledge of automotive in general.
Ellen, you're directly in parts, things that you're looking for, major things when hiring somebody for parts.
Yeah, so recently I've been kind of nominated to do a lot of the hiring for the drivers and the parts departments and stuff like that. And I'm really looking kind of the same thing as Nick. I'm looking for compatibility. We have different departments that have, I've got departments that have all highly experienced parts people. And then I have departments that have a lot of younger people. And when younger people come in, it seems to be that they want to be more inclusive. They want to be involved. They want to kind of feel like they aren't out of the loop, or if there's something that they're missing. So I'm looking for somebody who wants inclusiveness. I'm looking for adaptability, because we start with drivers most of the time and they work their way up. We also have different brands. So with that, they may be trained at a Nissan store, but I need them to, move to GM. So I need hard adaptability. And I just want someone who's willing to come in and listen and be trained. They need to be trainable. And that makes a huge difference. I know sometimes we're looking for more educated, but at the end of the day, as long as someone's willing to be trained, I'm willing to hire them.
I love it, Ellen. Jeremy, it's amazing how many folks in our industry have come up through the business starting off as a parts driver. And, within a number of years, they become the department head or leading the parts or even the fixed ops department. Jeremy, some things that you're looking for.
So exactly what they are, but also with some personality also, because, Shawn said it, that parts is coming to the front lines. And I listen to a lot of phone calls, and parts, a lot of people don't listen to those phone calls, but it is kind of depressing when I hear them just parts, hold please, or whatever it is. And so, we're hiring the people that really loves people, that cares about it, that wants to help them. So when they answer their phone, there's some energy back there. And so it's almost like more of a sales role also, but very structured and can look up parts.
Tiffany Kingrey, things that you're looking for? I know you're very involved in the hiring process.
I am, and it's something I had to learn myself. And again, I call myself out on this and learn from your own mistakes. It came from a previous HR person who, by the way, was a millennial. Because I usually look at a resume and I see you've had 8 jobs in 8 years, and I couldn't run away fast enough. And by the way, I don't run very often. But, the new millennials, guys, it's all about work-life balance. They don't care if they have a job every year. Where I grew up, and you started a job, you stayed there for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. That's what you did. Nowadays, it's a different thing. So you have to get into personality. And again, I'm going to always go back to, you have to trust your gut. Because references, guys, you can make up your own references. Listen, I'm never going to put somebody down that's going to say something bad about me. So what are you looking for? You got to trust your gut. And if you spend enough time with them, and again, we talked about before we came on the air, and I won't repeat it, but it's amazing what comes out if you just sit back and talk to a person, you get to know them.
Yeah. Fascinating. Shawn, Butler, things are you looking for?
Ted, you and I have discussed this before. I'm big on promoting from within and growing my own. I'm fortunate enough to have a whole separate detail building that's full of young people where you can really get an eye about their reliability, their ethics, their strong suits. So I'm bringing people on that are, number one for me is that they have to have compatibility, which I believe Ellen said that. I want them to be studious too, right? Because things are ever evolving. And how many times have you had parts people and your technicians they're together, and then your whole job's held up for a 50-cent gasket because they didn't pay attention to the whole big picture, or they didn't have the knowledge to make sure that you got this with this. So I really want them to be thorough, and the reliability is a big factor. But I mean, all 3 of the guys on my back parts counter at the Honda store came up through detail. They were detailers first. And everybody at the Acura and the Mazda store all started out. They were washing cars, parking cars, and most of them have been there 15 plus years now. So parts is different. Those guys don't move around a lot.
You're right. Ellen, coming to you, what are you seeing as a competitor or competitors right now to the dealership parts games? What competitors? Who's out there?
I know we're all pretty aware of, Amazon's up and coming. You always get a phone call and someone says they can buy the same thing on Amazon for a third of the price. It's hard to explain to them also that it's usually probably not at the same reliability capacity as what you're going to be getting from a dealership. A lot of people are also diving into the eBay game, like we were talking about earlier, taking professional pictures, selling them on the back end, trying to kind of boost the sales if they're not for some reason selling them on their service side. So it's just kind of a lot of different aftermarket sources and a lot of things. It's all about customer convenience. If I tell them it's on back order for 2 months, they're going to tell me they're going to go on Amazon and buy it, and then I'll never see them again. So it's just something that kind of continues to go on as far as, a customer will, it just depends on what they're looking for and how fast they want to get it. And some places are right now easier to do that than the dealership at this point.
Nick, it's amazing how Amazon has really, delved into the automotive business as an example. And, Ellen's right. We now have competitors out there, and the customers, Nick, are aware of it.
Yes, you're exactly right. Ellen, you are 100% correct. And, the online presence with Amazon and eBay, that stems a different approach for what the parts counter people have to attack on a daily basis. But one of the things that we want to make sure we coach, train, and develop our team to say and do is never say no. We never say no. If there's an opportunity that a part that we have is on back order, but if you take a few seconds to go behind the scenes and look it up yourself to see if it's available from an outside vendor, go for it and buy it and let the customer be known that you're obtaining that part for them as fast as possible instead of saying no, because no, then they go to that source that you're going to, so we just got to be careful with that.
Nick, I like that. Tiffany Kingrey, there's an old saying, right? That, you got to say yes to the customer, and that's when all the magic happens, right?
To Shawn Butler's point, it's funny how such small things will trip up a service department. And the one thing I always say about parts is parts still sells the parts tomorrow, but we can't get the hours back today. What we lose today is gone forever. And to answer the question of what are you doing on the online presence or who's in the market now, Chrysler announced this week, for those that don't know, or I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago, that they're going to get back in the aftermarket game. They had Magneti Marelli for so many years. They're getting back into it again. And I struggle with that because Magneti Marelli was an epic fail. Right. General Motors, we have now 3 General Motors stores. 3 General Motors, it will let you put on an aftermarket part. It has to have a disclaimer on the repair order. And by the way, eBay on a GM part is considered aftermarket. So you got to ask your parts managers, what are you going to do when the customer comes in and a GM part fails they bought from eBay? Because the warranty is different, by the way. You think it's not, but it is. And they're not going to warranty that part without a receipt, and an aftermarket part or an eBay part doesn't count as that. So you got to know that going into it. There's a lot of things involved in what Amazon and eBay are doing.
Oh, yeah.
Jeremy Stevens, competitors, what are your thoughts?
So especially on our wholesale business side, because it seems like there's always an aftermarket part place popping up on every quarter, kind of using the Walgreens strategy where, their strategy is to be able to deliver to a customer within 10 minutes. And, with our wholesale customer, it is because we have 15 drivers and 15 delivery vehicles. And it's like, it's hard to get it there fast. So with these guys buzzing around, and like in this small town that I'm at now, there's 3 other parts places, a mile from each other, basically. So we have a lot of competition that way.
I like it. Shawn Butler, your thoughts on competitors?
The biggest one is like everybody has mentioned, Shon Kingrey mentioned that, it's your online getting it now. We offer the customers. These guys were really stuck in a narrow box when I first arrived a year ago. Oh, well, it's 3 weeks out. Oh, well, I can't get it till next April, whatever. I was like, no. We don't say no, like Nick said. We just keep calling around till we find it. And then we give the customer, hey, I can get this part for you tomorrow, or we can wait 3 weeks for this part. What's your choice, Mr. Customer? Right? Leave it up to them. But that's the biggest thing is the biggest competitor to me is ourselves. We have to open our minds.
Right.
I like it. Everybody, we're seeing a lot of change happening. We're seeing less staffing at dealerships. We're all talking about more online presence, right? It's all around us, and now dealers are going online. There's a lot of solutions. You can just look here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable and find a number of part solutions to get your dealership, to open an eBay store, to, be on Amazon. And of course, technicians could source their own parts as well. Nick, coming to you, do you think that parts ordering is going to be changing, with all these things happening in the marketplace over the next few years?
I do believe things are going to change, but it's all based upon our leaders ourselves, the control of what we want to let change. Basically, we don't want the technicians, just ordering parts because then we could have an idle capital problem. We're just going to have to maintain that, but again, online presence, the availability for parts, hopefully that stuff gets better for us down the line. But, coming back to, are we going to reduce our staffing due to the fact of the way the parts are being ordered? I don't see that happening due to the fact that, it still takes a process for somebody to go in and order the stuff through the manufacturer. So, I just don't see that. I hope that it doesn't trend that we do reduce our staff, because this is, my career. I made a career on the parts side for the past 35 years, and I don't intend on leaving, and I don't want to see that to go away, because if we start reducing staff due to the fact of online ordering or how orders are processed, that means it's going to be harder and harder to get people to come into the parts department.
Ellen, coming over to you, do you think parts ordering is going to be changing in the next few years?
I think it's going to be different, but I don't know that it's going to change. And what I mean by that is that we're going to be doing the same processes, but I think that we're still going to have to be ordering parts. Nissan has kind of made it into an accessibility situation where technicians can actually look up parts in the catalog. And that's been really beneficial for us because we have 3 different buildings across probably like a 3-acre lot. So some of that has been really helpful as for offering the tools. But now on the flip side of that, now we're delivering parts more to the technicians, and we're kind of out and about a lot more, going down and being invested in what they're doing in the service departments. So that is kind of coming up a little bit different.
Yep.
I am interested to see, though, how the online presence does happen, because customers are really moving toward convenience, which we've been seeing with those kiosks and stuff in the service lanes that Kara's been showing off and stuff like that.
Yep.
So I'm just kind of interested to see how this is going to evolve. I think our staffing is going to remain similar, but I think our jobs may change a little bit.
All right, want to shake it up for all of you and come out with a new question and go around the horn. Shon Kingrey, coming to you. You and I have had a lot of conversations about encouraging younger people to come into the dealerships to work, in particular in the parts side. There seems to be a lot of seasoned parts people, maybe with a lot of years in tenure, with less interest perhaps maybe than they were before. Shon Kingrey, what are you doing to encourage new folks to come into the industry?
And I agree with Shawn. You do try to promote from within if you've got it. But again, that bucket is only so big. If you're going to the tech college, you need to, and you're recruiting, and that's one of my gigs. I love to do it. I'm really big into it. You need to bring a parts manager with you, because not everybody in that class is going to become an A technician. All right, they're not. You can pull lube techs. And by the way, and again, for the third time on this same panel, I'll tell you, I was at fault for this for a long time in Florida, where I didn't do that. And then you bring a parts manager, all of a sudden you're pulling 2 or 3 parts guys out of this. Because listen, if you get good with the instructors, they'll tell you, even though we talked about it in a different panel, Ted, this guy may be a 4.0 student, but he's not who you want. This 2.2 guy is the guy. This guy couldn't fix a car, but that's okay. He can also become a parts guy. There is a career there. There is a future there, by the way, and it's a whole lot better on your body. I mean, yeah, I can talk a tech into a tech, or I can talk a tech into a parts guy. Either way, but the VOTEC programs, the technical colleges, there's a huge opportunity to pick up parts guys there.
And Shawn, you would not know about those conversations like you just described unless you actually physically went to the college, went to the school.
You can't expect them to call you, Ted. You have to be in their doorstep. You have when they have an A student, you have to be first on their mind. I want to call, and I don't care if it's a parts guy, if it's a tech guy, if it's a detailer. Listen, I've got a guy, you need to talk to this person. I'll be very honest with you. Yesterday, I had the same conversation from MATC, the college up here, and it's a female. And they said, you need to come talk to her today or tomorrow, or she's going to find a place at Tesla. Well, guess what? She's not going to Tesla. She's going to go to our Ford store. That's where she's going.
Okay. Nick Gianike, were you the parts person who would be accompanying Shon Kingrey on those visits?
You got that right. And yes, that's how you pick and choose. For me, it was like watching the guys that, are you interested? And they're just not so sure. But then again, you let Shawn pick some people, and then they find out that they're not quite ready for it. And then you have a backup plan. But yes, I highly, highly believe in not only just sourcing with them, but, high school level and to the college level. You have to be able to be creative and offer the opportunity. And your presence, my presence there, is like, what do you do? Well, I'm not service. I'm in parts. I'm the one that fills the needs. I'm the guy that does this, that takes care of it. And by the way, I stay clean.
I love it. Jeremy, what are you doing to source new people?
Well, I feel bad. I didn't even think about bringing my parts guys to the technical schools. I was like, I'm writing a lot of notes here. But what we look for is, we have our parts department set up like an IT department, 3 monitors, because it's a digital world. So we're trying to attract that young people that are used to working from home or whatever, because it's kind of the same setup, and make the sourcing kind of make it a game at some point, who can find this part, and just get them excited about picking up the phone and sourcing, make it on that side where it's more exciting than just clicking and sitting on a stool.
Jeremy, good point. I like that. Shawn Butler, what do you think?
Well, I like doing, making it more fun, right? So I'm thinking what I'm seeing through Hondas and through some of the, the AI, right? They're requiring technicians to submit pictures for everything. And I think that's going to evolve into the manufacturer going, oh, okay, based on this picture and what you're saying, we're going to send you this part. So you're going to need a guy that's very familiar with, like Jeremy was saying, somebody who is, electronically oriented that's going to be able to work with the pictures and work with the catalog. And it's going to become, most parts department are already the leanest department in the building, right? They have the least amount of employees. Their productivity is, pretty good for most places. If you're looking at these NCM numbers and stuff like that. So it's really going to boil down to getting committed people who enjoy, and you got to keep it fun for them. Got to bring some of those games, some of those cash bips that we do in the shop and in the lane into the parts department.
I'm liking it. I'm liking that, Shawn Butler. Ellen, I'm taking a lot of notes, just like Jeremy Stevens here. A lot of good points, Ellen. I'll give you the last word on this topic on sourcing new people.
So I kind of took a poll from all the people that I work with here at our dealership. Most of us are young. It's like a very young group. And what I've collected is a lot of them are just kind of looking for an inclusive group. And I don't know if that's because I work with mostly women, and women seem to kind of do better in a group sometimes. But we're kind of just trying to they want us to be open-minded. People are wanting us to kind of understand that, a lot of these people that kind of end up in these roles, this was not their dream. A lot of us were not like, I want to go be a parts person. That's what I want to do. And it's more about they want you to be patient and they want you to listen. And we sometimes do stagger schedules to kind of, be more work, home life balanced. It just depends on, what we're all up against. So it's, very encouraging for us to continue to just do training and stuff and make them understand that we're here and we're willing to work with them on a daily basis.
Love it. All right, last question for the panel today. This is a lightning round. I'm going to ask you, we're going to go around the horn. I'm going to ask you to give us your answer in 30 seconds or less. This is the new parts mindset. Starting with Nick, we'll go over to Jeremy, Shawn Butler, then Ellen, and Tiffany Kingrey. I'll have you bring it home. As you look out, here we are in the middle of May, looking out to the balance of 2023, looking over the next 6.5 months. What advice do you have for your peers, the other parts managers, fixed ops directors, who are watching today, specifically in parts, things that we should be aware of, looking for, and encouraging? Nick, 30 seconds. I'll start the lightning round with you.
Oh, easy. Controlling your idle capital, and keeping everybody on their toes of doing their job right the first time.
All right. Nice and easy. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. Well said. Jeremy Stevens, advice for your peers looking out over the balance of this year.
So we love just getting our employees together and just having an open meeting so they feel like they have a voice and they contribute to the team, because they work in these seats, 8 to 12 hours a day, and they see things from a whole nother level. So it's important to create an environment that they're open to say stuff that could offend you or whatever, but it needs to get out sometimes.
I like that. All right. Very well said, Jeremy. Fantastic. Great contribution. Shawn Butler, looking out over the balance of this year. What do you recommend?
Well, so what I'm seeing going on is we really got to control our obsolescence and make sure we're keeping up with our inventory, because there's a lot of things that are going on back order with every manufacturer. And so you got cars out back that might be sitting there for a while because we didn't find an alternative part. It was under warranty. We had to wait. So we're really going to have to keep an eye on our departments. And again, you got to make it more fun, more environment, so they feel like they're part of the team and not just the guys behind the wall, right? A lot of times I start my meetings up in the shop with everybody out there, the advisors, the parts, the techs, whatever. And I go, remember, guys, nothing happens without a part getting put in a technician's hand. That's usually how I start it off, So you have to involve them and make them feel good. Because when I was an advisor, I never thought about the parts department. I'd be like, I was mostly cussing them. And now that was wrong, right? I realize that now.
And Shawn, that would have been back in the 80s, right?
Yes, exactly. When we still had microfiche.
Ellen, your advice to your fellow parts managers watching here today, tuning into the Fixed Ops Roundtable, things that you would want them to be aware of and looking for the rest of this year?
I think I would just suggest that everybody buckle up and get ready for the ride. 2023 should be a pretty good year. And I think that just listen to your people and see what is going on around you. Keep everybody involved.
Yep. Ellen, a lot of great advice on this panel. So super stuff. Tiffany Kingrey, Kaiser Automotive Group, bring us home.
You know what? At the end of the day, Ted, it's a people business. Don't forget, parts are people. We have a ton of money invested in the training. It's not easy to put them in front of their 3 monitors and know where to look and all the different avenues and all the different programs that are out there. When you do your walkthrough, anybody that knows me, I do my walkthrough at every store I go to. First thing I do, I walk through and say hello to every single person. Don't forget the vault. You got to say hello to parts. They're just as important as the technicians. Again, to the point. You can't, as Shawn Butler said, you can't fix a car without a part.
Yeah, amen. All right. Great panel, everybody. The new parts mindset. And I want to thank the panelists today, Ellen Haney, Nick Gianike, Jeremy Stevens. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Great to have you and Nick as well. First time out. Shawn Butler, great information. And, special thanks, of course, to Ellen for putting a lot of this together today. And Tiffany Kingrey, I see parts continuing to rise, in its status here at retail.
Big part of our business, Ted. Big part of our business.
Amen.
Amen is right. All right, the new parts mindset panel, everybody. Here back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Take a moment now to pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and most rad speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. We're eager to present our next speaker with his Blue Ocean strategy. Please welcome Damon Egan from Sherwood Ford.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Damon Egan is the service manager at Sherwood Ford. He's a great friend of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and community. Damon, welcome back to the Roundtable.
Thanks for having me, Ted. Pleasure to be here.
Damon, you have been a big supporter of not only the Roundtable, but all of Fixed Ops. I remember when you came to one of the early events in New Jersey in 2019. I am excited about what you're going to talk about today. What is Blue Ocean Strategy? I remember the book, and how can we apply to the automotive repair business?
Well, Blue Ocean Strategy was a business concept developed by a couple of business strategy experts that suggests that companies need to seek out new and untapped markets that nobody else is playing in, rather than fighting for market share that everybody's in. So Blue Ocean would mean that nobody's in that space and you are dominating the space, as opposed to fighting in a red ocean where there's blood in the waters and we're all fighting to race to the lowest possible price.
That's a smart strategy in all of business. So the first, thing that would come to mind, Damon, is how do we do this in an industry, automotive repair, that's got not only dealers, we've got the mass merchandisers, we've got a lot of competition of all different kinds, everywhere we look.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where the cream rises to the top. Great service managers, great fixed ops people will always look for a way to capture more of their market share and away from other competitors. I remember in 2019 when Brian Benstock was talking about his famous pickup and delivery process all through New York. That is a perfect example of Blue Ocean strategy. Rather than having the customers come to the dealership where there's no parking and lousy food and lousy TV, he went and got the vehicles. That is something that during COVID, a lot of manufacturers jumped on the train. We actually pioneered that concept here in Canada, and we run 26% of all of our appointments through pickup and delivery valet service.
Let's talk
Brian,
about.
thank you very much for the idea.
Let's talk about that, because you and I were there that day in the audience, November of 2019. How timely that was with what was about to occur. Nobody in that room had any idea that 3 months from that time, the whole industry, the whole world would turn upside down. And you're right. That is a Blue Ocean strategy. Perfect example. Damon, give us the backdrop. Give us the lay of the land. Where are you located? I know you've won a lot of awards there. You're a very busy service fixed ops department. Tell us about that.
Well, we're located in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We are Western Canada's largest Ford store. When we talk about work orders that we write about 3,000 work orders a month. So very, very large store. We have to continue to push the envelope of what we do, because we do have 7 other Ford stores in our city, as well as all the aftermarket stores. And we need to be proactive in what we do to retain our customers. One of the big things that all the manufacturers cry about is customer retention. As we saw interest rates rise, we saw used car prices go crazy, new car inventory being dried up. We had to find a way to have our customers coming back. So we've got to stay on the cusp of anything new that we can to have customers coming back. So that's kind of what we do here, is we try and innovate new ideas and scale it to the size of the dealership.
There were a lot of people who, learned about Brian's new idea. I remember him telling me about it on a Sunday afternoon before we got together for that meeting, and describing to me how he was going to show the heat map with all these spots where they were doing the pickup and delivery and the service. And I remember him scolding me, saying, "Now, Ted, I don't want you to share this with anybody outside of the room." Okay, I remember that. I remember that conversation very clearly. But you got it to work there.
I was absolutely transfixed by that heat map. And I had to figure out the way that we could do it, because in Canada at the time, we didn't even have Uber up here in Canada. In our city, we did not have Uber, which is what Brian was using. So we had to find a way to get around that. RedCap wasn't in Canada at the time. So we had to find another logistics program to figure that out. And then we had to hire all kinds of drivers, because we don't have a driver service here in Canada either. So we had all this going on top of the zombie apocalypse of COVID-19. And we had to put all this together. Now, thankfully, Uber did come to Edmonton, which was great, because then we got to utilize that. And finally, we pleaded with RedCap, "Please come to Canada. We want to be your test project here." And they were gracious enough to come in. They brought the trainers in, and we utilized it. And now RedCap is adopted by Ford Canada now.
Wow. So, Damon, you led the way on that. And I think, what was the number you just told us? 26%?
Yeah, 26% of all of our daily appointments are by pickup and drop-off valet service.
Wow. That's incredible. And, Brian's got some nuance. Just to dwell on that for a moment, he's got some nuances. You're right. There's no parking in Queens, New York. Okay. And,
no, definitely not.
There's nowhere to park. So, he thought out of the box. So, what are some ways that dealers and, yourself, that we could utilize Blue Ocean to, really make a new market for ourselves?
Well, I think one of the biggest things, and I know he's a friend of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, what Ed's doing down in Florida with his mobile service, he is now up to 10 vans. That is definitely comes to top of mind as a Blue Ocean strategy. He's doing something that nobody else is doing with having mobile service. Again, we like to steal other people's ideas, and we have adopted a mobile service van here as well. So again, Blue Ocean strategy, you've got to go and be bold into an arena where nobody else is going. And mobile service is something now, because people's time is the most important thing that they have. So if you are going to somebody's house and doing the work there and they don't have to leave and it's done in a timely fashion, then that is an arena that we want to play in. One thing that Brian said in 2019, and I keep reverting this to my team, is the whole operation has to be frictionless. And our industry has been lots of friction for a number of years, and we have to make it frictionless. There are times when we don't even see the customer because we've picked up their vehicle, we've repaired it, we've talked to them by text, and they've paid online. So we never even see the customer, and it's got to be frictionless. So another opportunity that we have here, Ted, is EV. And I know that nobody likes to talk about EV, but this is a reality and it's coming. Tesla's been out there for a number of years. Yeah. They've been doing their thing, and there are a lot of Teslas and there are a lot of EVs that are out of warranty. We are actively recruiting for technicians now that work on EVs so we can work on all EVs and have all the proper equipment here to do out of warranty repairs on these vehicles. This is the new frontier of what's happening in the industry, and we have to be better equipped for it. So if we can corner the market on EV repair, that puts us in a place of dominance over other repair shops.
Damon, if you don't mind, tell the audience, and I don't know the answer to this question, how many technicians do you employ? How many service advisors? And in terms of EV, how far along is EV there in Alberta?
So we have 54 bays here. We employ almost 50 technicians with 10 advisors. Wow. We run we're in 2 shifts till 11 o'clock at night, along with our mobile service. So we're really kind of cornering everywhere. Now, EV adoption in the northern parts of Alberta is where we are, is coming slowly, but it is coming. We've all seen the press reports from General Motors, Ford, even Toyota now is jumping into the EV ring. These are not going away. And no matter how much we try and push back saying they don't work in our climate, they are coming. We have seen incremental growth in both our F-150 Lightning here and the Mustang Mach-E. So we are seeing that this is now becoming commonplace. So we have to be prepared for it. We are getting a lot more of our technicians skilled in EV repair and diagnosis because we want to be the players. We want to be the dominant force in EV repair in the city.
I was going to ask you about climate. Okay. Is climate a hindrance to we've heard that climate is a hindrance or could potentially be. Is that a hindrance? And also, what about range? Okay. Going from A to B.
Absolutely. Climate does play a huge part with the batteries. They will deplete quicker in the colder weather. And, up here we get temperatures of minus 40 to minus 50 degrees Celsius with the wind chill. So it gets very, very cold. And it becomes a problem with range. The second thing is the charger infrastructure. It's not like it is in the US where you can go to a mall and there's 50 chargers. They are few and far between. So, getting that range becomes a problem. Like any major city, and we do have 1.3 million people in Edmonton. There are chargers in the downtown area that are a little more accessible, but in the outskirts and in the suburbs, they're just not as plentiful as they are in major cities in the U.S.
I know for Blue Ocean strategy, Damon, I know one of the things that I've heard is that you mentioned it has to be a new space, okay, where you're not necessarily challenged, okay? You're going in that blue ocean, and it has to be a sustainable competitive advantage. What else do you see right now for retail dealers such as yourself? You mentioned mobile service, which Ed is doing. Ed is also doing the 2-person teams. He's been doing that for some time. Ford got behind the quick lane approach, maybe 15, 20 years ago. That's been big. And of course, pickup and delivery. Any other things that you see on the horizon?
Yeah, there are a couple of things. And I think one of the biggest things that we have to look at is a different revenue stream would be much the same as a lot of the tech companies do, and that is looking at subscription services. What if we could utilize the mobile service van much like, a AAA, and you have a monthly subscription. So if your keys get locked out or you need a battery boost, the van could come to you. I mean, that's an area of opportunity, and that would definitely be a space that nobody's playing in. Offering extended warranties on repairs that you're doing, is that something that we could do? Or offering a subscription, when you get a repair done or a service done, that you get a discount on something else. I mean, that is there. We have to be more original in our ideas of revenue streams for the business, rather than just buy 3 tires, get 1 free, or oil changes for life. These are things that are going by the wayside. And as we see more and more adoption of electric vehicles, we're going to see the maintenance on those vehicles drop considerably. Hard part repairs are going to drop considerably. And we've got to look at new revenue streams that nobody's playing in to maximize our opportunity before everybody else jumps in.
Ed has also talked to us about bundling services with, in terms of not having the oil change as that trigger to bring people in, using a bundle or packages that are menued, same way we do today, but doing that specifically on the EV side. He's looked at doing that as well. So, I mean, I know EV may not be, as heavy there, as predominant as it is, let's say, in California or maybe Florida, but would that be something you're considering as well?
Absolutely. We have, again, as service providers, we have to be innovative in the things that we do and the services that we offer to customers. A lot of EV customers, at least what we're finding, are not overly versed in what is going to be needed for their vehicle. They like the adoption of the electric vehicle with 0 emissions, but they don't understand that the tires wear out faster, that the brakes wear out faster. And we need to be equipped to handle those common occurrences for these customers. So I think that's a fantastic idea. Thanks, Ed. I'm going to steal it. We want to make sure that we're on the forefront of everything that we do.
All right. Last question for today. Damon Egan, service manager at Sherwood Ford in Alberta, Canada. Here we are in May, halfway through the second quarter. As you look out, Damon, over the balance of 2023, you got a lot of peers watching today, a lot of dealers, fixed ops directors, service managers, parts managers, reconditioning managers, used car managers. What advice would you have for the folks watching you from retail here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable in the middle of May?
I think the first thing that I would say is get the words "we've always done it this way" out of your head. Mm-hmm. We have to start looking at the business in a completely different way. The new generation's coming, the new wave of vehicles are coming, and we have to start thinking out of the box and looking at new ways to bring in different revenue streams. The old ways of "we've always done it that way" don't work anymore. They're falling by the wayside faster than we can count. If we look at where the business was even 5 years ago, and Ted, I know you're in a number of dealerships, the landscape has changed so much just in 5 years. So what's going to happen as we accelerate 5 more years forward?
Yeah, I love it. All right. Damon, great advice. So everybody, if you want to reach out to Damon Egan, he's all over social media, easy to find on LinkedIn. He's a very vocal part of the Fixed Ops community. I encourage you to reach out. His dealership group at Sherwood Ford is growing rapidly, a very progressive dealership, and Damon has done a number of things that have earned a lot of honors for him over the years. So, Damon, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank you for your time today.
Thanks so much for having me, Ted. I really appreciate it.
Damon Egan, everybody, here today, back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We are excited to announce that BG Products is now the exclusive sponsor of the Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up events. Ted Ings and I look forward to seeing you at these special events coming to a dealership near you. Follow Kara Delaine and Ted Ings on LinkedIn, Facebook, and TikTok. We will see you soon. In the 80s, we're all about challenging the status quo. And so is our next panel. Up next.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This panel is about challenging the status quo in times of uncertainty, and no one better than the three gentlemen here today, Darryl, Terrell, Michael Moore, and Shawn Butler. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you for having us. Thank you for having us, Ted.
Thanks for having me, man.
Thank you, Ted. Good to see you again.
Michael, you gentlemen are amazing. You've got a lot going on. I mean, huge rock stars. Darryl, thank you for putting together the panel and the questions that we're going to talk about today. I love the title, Challenging the Status Quo. Darryl, I think that's what you and Michael and Shawn do better than anybody. So if it's okay, I'd like to get you have you get things started today. Darryl, what are you doing to keep up with increased consumer, employee, and employer demands right now?
So first off, I wanted to find out how to separate ourselves from being average. What separates a high performer and an average player. And I think a key concept is emotional intelligence. You got to coach your team how to be able to make decisions and situations where it's high tension, and make calm, cool, collective decisions effectively. So, I like to use the sports analogy. I love going back to sports. In the fourth quarter, you never see Tom Brady erratic. So with my service advisors, I do the same thing as far as training. When the tension's on, when the heat's on, when your GM's down your throat, you got to crush numbers. When a customer wants their car, they don't have a loaner car, we don't have any rental cars available. You got to be able to stay cool and calm and transfer that energy to your customer to calm your customers down as well. You got to keep your team cool. You got to keep your team calm as well. And ultimately, you got to keep your owners calm and cool as well also. So emotional intelligence is something that I really, really study, something I really, really like to teach and inform my guys on how to stay calm, cool, and make rational decisions when the tension is high.
And Darryl, that's something you personally portray. I know it's not by accident. You study that and you embody that and you live that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really one of the game changers. It really separates somebody from average to a high performer. It's being able to make clutch decisions, like I call them. I like to call them clutch.
Is that hard to coach and to maintain with your team?
At first, it is. In order to actually learn it, you actually have to do it and have the experience in it. So it is tough, but actually once they start making, your first decision you make, it might be wrong, but over time, and constantly being put under, tension and those type of situations, those decisions get easier for you. And I think it's kind of fun. I enjoy making those decisions under tense situations. That's something I enjoy doing. I love playing in the fourth quarter, and the guys that I surround myself around and the guys I hire, they enjoy playing and performing under clutch situations as well.
Michael Moore, I could see you coming in the fourth quarter as the quarterback, steady hand. Game's on the line, and like Darryl, mentioned, the team looks to you, to call the plays and to call the right plays, right? So, give us some insight. What are you doing to keep up with the consumer demand right now?
Well, for me, it's just being aggressive. I know a lot of people, they talk about, low RO counts. Me and the guys were just talking about a little bit of that not too long ago. Consumers being a little wary about spending money and, and just everything being tight, But at the end of the day, I think it's just about being aggressive, being intelligent, smart with your decision making. But you have to, you can't just scale back and lay down. You have to be aggressive, man. Like, I think that's why a lot of people make the mistake. Customers want an experience, employees want an experience, and as a manager or actually a director, I have managers and advisors and technicians that look to me, and the one thing that they will never see is me panic, but at the same time they're going to match my energy. So however I come out, however I approach situations, however I speak to people, that's kind of what they mimic, because they know that that's what's going to be acceptable. And ultimately, they, like Darryl mentioned, that emotional intelligence is key, but that along with being aggressive to me is kind of been what's kind of transformed, Nissan to who where I have now. We're going to be aggressive in taking care of people. We're going to be aggressive in doing the right things by our employees, and really just being a presence, where a lot of other dealers are kind of slowing down and being weary and scared. My fixed department, man, we full steam ahead. I take hiring good technicians, hiring good people, not being afraid to hire people. If a person is talented, man, I'm not going to just not hire them because we may have been a little slow. I'm gonna hire them and figure it out. Just being aggressive. You can't have too many good people. So it's just being aggressive too. You can't, you can't be afraid. That's the thing. You saying full quarter, I'm a Kobe guy, and the one thing about it, Kobe taking that last shot, it's just is what it is. And his teammates knew that, and they respected him for it. And they knew, and they had the confidence because he was going to be aggressive, So that's one of the things I that sense of urgency, consistency, and just being aggressive.
Shawn Butler, how about it? Emotional intelligence brought into the equation here by Darryl and now Michael.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
You got to have that, right? So one of the things that I found out during COVID, post-COVID, wherever we're at now, I don't know where we're at. But one thing I found out is I always want to have one or two too many of everybody, kind of lead what Michael was saying, and then I'll build into that. That gives me, I know I got to push and keep them guys busy. But like the other guy said, I'm situational coaching all the time. I'm empowering my employees to make decisions. And as long as they err on the side of the customer, they will never, ever get in trouble with me. I may not like what they did sometimes, and we'll pull in, we coach and counsel in private and we celebrate in public, right? When it comes to employees, you just have to learn your employees. And guys like Darryl and Michael, I know they know a lot about their employees one-on-one, as do I. And when needs arise, I got one guy that's got an autistic son. He's doing testing here and there. He needs days off. Okay. Another guy, his wife had cancer recently. He needed time off sporadically whenever she was going to get treatments. Thank the Lord, she's cancer-free now, and he was able to be there with her in her time of need. So that's how we meet people at their needs, which increase loyalty, and the consumers see that, right? When consumers walk in here, you can feel the vibe. Everybody's happy to see you. Like Michael said, we're aggressive, but we're kind of under the radar aggressive, right? We're showing you stuff, but we're not overly pushing the lane. Then we represent it when the technician brings it up. Then we represent it again as we're checking you out. You got to ask for the sale. It's a 100% no when you don't ask. So we're in a now business, and the time is now, and people are coming out of this. I think that personally for me, the consumer demand of the, when people are just really like hyper sensitive when they would snap, that's kind of laid off a little bit. I'm not really going on having to deal with them. Maybe it's just my odds are so good, but I can't remember the last time I had to go calm a customer down. So that's a great thing.
Shawn, I think that Darryl and Michael and I appreciate you embracing the 80s here with us today. Shawn, let me come back to you. I know the three of you gentlemen have goals. So, Shawn, you're in a leadership position. How do you translate your goals into action? How do you make it happen?
Well, I'm a list maker and note taker, right? So I will make notes and take notes, and then I will combine them into a list, and then I like to prioritize and execute. you have to share the vision and help your team understand the goals. And then it's very important that each team member understands their importance and their responsibilities to achieving that goal. So you get everybody moving in the right direction, right? Without communication and without having, set goals, man, you have to give it. We can say we want to do this, but how are we going to get there? You have to give them direction. That's our responsibility as a leader. And sometimes it requires staying up till 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, being in the office late, getting there before everybody else and flipping the lights on so you have time to think before things come. And it's just about being open-minded to learning new things. That's one of the reasons I love this, right? This forum is that I learn something new every time that we put together some shows. I'm like, I have aha moments all the time. And I'm like, why didn't I think of that before? So, and it's about having good people as your mentors and your friends that you can lean on. Michael is obviously better at some things than I am. I can call man, Michael Moore's going to know the answer. I'm going to holler at her. Darryl, if I need some inspiration, I'm going to talk to Darryl because he is always so, just gracious and hyped and willing to share. I got no problem admitting I don't know and asking for help myself.
All right, Darryl, so give us some inspiration. You're in a leadership position. I know you have goals. How do you translate them into action?
I do, first off, I find out what pushes my players, my team. So I talk to all of them. I love what you say. You're a note taker, Shawn. I think we have conversations, and I listen to their life. I listen to their goals. I have one employee. He wants to buy a house. He never owned a house before. So, I gave him, I'll sit there, I'll text him a picture of a mansion, or I'll text him a picture of, a nice house. And I'll be like, hey, this house ain't gonna buy itself. We need to do a turn, so we need to sell some hours, Or if it's a technician, and I have technicians that, one wants to purchase a new vehicle. And so I'll send them pictures of the car. I'll get them hyped up and I'll let them see that goal turn into reality. And whether it's financial, family, whatever that goal may be, I'll just push them to that goal, and I'll keep pushing that button until it won't work no more. And then I'll find another button to push, and I'll start pushing that button. So it's all about finding out what makes your employees, what makes them tick, what pushes them to that next level, and then you just keep pressing it, and you stay on top of them, and you push them to their limits. And it's incredible when they find their limits. I have a guy that made the most amount of money he ever made in his life, and he, probably 3-4 months ago, he never thought he could make that kind of money, and it's just amazing. And once they believe, it spreads, and the rest of the people believe, and the more goals they hit, the more contagious it is.
Michael, I know you've got goals. How do you translate them into action? You're the leader.
Number one has been an example of it. What I expect from everybody else. My routine, my daily routine, basically. I had my service manager. He comes out the other day. He said, "Man, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm porting." He was like, "Man, don't touch those cars." But a lot of days I'll be porting cars, or I'll be doing kind of like what people would say, not my job type of things. And he does that now. My lane manager, he does that now because I do it. So if I do it, they I guess they see, okay, if he's doing it, I have to do it. But the biggest thing too is just clarity. Everything is crystal clear, from metrics to what's expected to even the roadmap to get there. The best example I can give of what I did here is like I have a super young shop. I have right now 16 technicians, probably 10 of them are 2 years in the business or less.
Wow.
So what I had to do was make it clear for those young guys. I hired, like within the last 3 months, I had 2 kids from Lincoln Tech and I had 3 from UTI. But I did that because I did what's called the technician roadmap. So it basically, it makes it super clear for them. And it takes them from being a lube tech with basically where you start at, how much you make, all the way up to a senior master technician, to the salary, to what's required, to the training and everything. So it just makes it super clear. and they come in all the time with their roadmap, and they say, hey, I had a kid come in yesterday. He said, can I talk to you? I said, yeah. He said, well, so I've got this technician roadmap that you made. I've done this training, this training, this training, this training. I put in the amount of time. He was like, so I should be here. I looked at him. We went into editing that. I said, hey man, you were right. I pulled out the paperwork. You just got yourself a promotion. So that's the thing, right? Just to make it super clear, every goal is clear for everybody. My advisors get a track every single morning, what a department is, where they are, and where they're tracking. So everything is clear. They know what my goals are for the month. I sit down every single month, the beginning of the month, and we go over their goals, all the way from how many alignments you need to sell, get this number, to how many tires, to how many batteries, and we make a game out of it, and it's about, okay, they compete against each other too, I had my the tire guy come and say, hey man, I let y'all sell 250 tires in this month, and it was because the gas started going back and forth. Okay, I sold X amount of tires a day. I sold this amount. I sold this amount. So it becomes kind of a competition between them, but it's about being clear. I think being clear and consistent is the best thing that we can get at,
Michael, here we are in the middle of May. I want to ask the three of you gentlemen, starting with you first. What challenged you back in the first quarter, January, February, March? I remember in the green room, before we got started, you said you did some rebuilding. You had to do some rebuilding in February. What challenged you in the first couple months this year?
Well, the biggest challenge was the challenge of just being a dealership fixed ops, right? A lot of us face, lowering just repair order count. So how do you combat that? What are you doing to combat that? Well, for me, it was basically building the foundation and rebuilding kind of what we did here in Eastern Illinois to make us do more with less. And that technician roadmap and training those technicians in the back that have that experience on how to operate and kind of what to do. Training my advisors on how to taking your time with customers, not processing people. You want to, you're not, what I always say, you're not drinking from a water hose no more. You're not writing 25 customers a day. You might only write 10. So, take your time for those 10 customers and really give them that experience that they deserve, So the biggest challenge for me was honestly just the mindset of my team.
Mindset. Okay.
Just the mindset of my team, because immediately February wasn't what we wanted. But immediately in March, it clicked because that foundation built the mindset. So once the mindset changed, it became easy. So that was the biggest challenge, just being aggressive, changing your mindset. And that aggression is basically just taking care of customers, not being afraid to do it.
Darryl, I love what we're hearing. We're hearing a lot about mindset, emotional intelligence. What challenged you and your team back in the first quarter, first 3 months of this year?
At the beginning of the first quarter, my main goal was to increase our accounts, and we found a way to do that. And we was challenged at first because our express staff wasn't our express staff didn't support the amount of cars coming in the door. So you have a few options. You can either stop the cars from coming in the door, or find a way to support it. And I wasn't gonna stop the cars from coming in the door, so I found a way to support it. I hired up, but with new hires, it comes a lot of training. And you got to teach them the process. And we had our struggles. We got them trained up. I hired some key leadership positions in Express, and we were able to get them trained up and operating efficiently. And that's how we overcame those challenges, by just putting key leadership pieces in place, and just keeping the guys trained, getting our guys trained up.
Okay. Shawn, challenges for you in the first quarter this year?
Well, we had this store, we reached the 1 year anniversary since the purchase back in February. And from what I learned over the course of my time with these folks, was the biggest challenge was much like Darryl was with the RO count, but also like Michael with mindset. These folks around here were just used like, oh, well, December, January, February, we just all do no business. It's Christmas, it's the holiday, it's the weather, it's whatever. Now that's a hard thing to overcome because we really didn't lose any employees. I've just added more since we got here. So it was about, being a cheerleader every day, pumping them up. I doubled down on some of my advertising to, get more cars in here to keep everybody busy, yet maintain the right level. So instead of writing up 15 or 20 cars, they all have like 9 to 12. So they're able to spend that right amount of time. And it worked very well. I mean, there was people that made more money in February than they did with their September checks. Our hours for RO were up almost a half hour over last year. Our dollars per ticket were up over $100, both at the Acura Mazda store and here at the Honda store. And they maintain CSI. It's amazing what you can do when you translate that, into here's our goal, here's our mindset, here's our action plan. This is what we're going to do. Be ready. So they were ready when we got to the end of first quarter in March and just blew it out of the water. So now that sets a whole new bar level. I believe if you can get a team to do anything the same way for 90 days, it becomes habit, right? And so, I mean, it's just been great. Well, we had some challenges, but they rose up and kicked butt. I love my team.
Everyone, we're talking to a panel today of retail experts on challenging the status quo in times of uncertainty. They are Darryl, Terrell, Michael Moore, and Shon Butler, very familiar names here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Shon, you've been on a number of panels, this event and previous panels with folks like Ed Roberts, talking about growing your own employees, building that bench. How do you overcome challenges of finding qualified employees at this time?
Well, yeah, on a much smaller scale, I don't have my own university like Ed Roberts does, but I believe in growing my people in-house, right? So I've got guys that have come out of the detail shop who now are technicians. I've got guys that's come out of the detail shop who work on the parts counter. I've got porters that are now advisors. So as much as possible, I believe in growing them homegrown because of the fact they're going to know your processes. They're going to understand the mentality. They're going to blend with your people. They already fit in. And then you're going to also get that commitment from them, right? Because you gave them a chance when nobody else would. I got a guy that I can point out that came into the office, sat down. He probably don't look a whole lot different than I do right now. It said nobody would hire him. He was a 2-year Northeast Tech graduate. It had a little bit of experience. Here's a guy in his mid-20s, nobody wanted to give a shot. I said, dude, today's your day. Now, he's been to school. He's now a line tech. He's mid-level Honda tech. That guy's turning over 100 hours of pay period, and nobody would hire him. Thank goodness he came to me. He made it to my door. I'm happy for that.
I love it. Michael Moore, how about you? Here we are midway through the second quarter. Challenges of finding qualified employees.
Well, for me, it's similar to Shawn. You grow in the house, but the biggest thing, man, is just identifying talent. I was at a restaurant, fast food place about a month ago. This young lady, she's killing. She's literally talking to 4 or 5 people, keeping up. She's playing with I got a 1.5-year-old, so she's playing with my son, talking to him. She's taking orders, but it wasn't that she was taking orders. She was giving actual customer service at like 3 or 4 of us at one time. So I sat down, I ate. When we were done, I just walked up to her. I said, "Do you work? What's your position?" I said, "She must be a manager." She said, "No, I'm just a cashier. I work here part-time." I had in my car, "Hey, I got a job for you." She said, "What is it?" I said, "You know what? I'll figure it out." I was like, "But I'll pay you more and I'll put you in a position where you can have a career." It's just stuff like that. When you see it, you have to make sure that you identify it and you grab it. So when you see somebody that's doing a job like that, that's putting that type of effort in, doing it flawless and effortless, you just grab them, man, and you embrace them with arms. I think that's the best thing we can do as leaders. It's just always trying to identify talent. You can't depend on just putting Indeed and people applying. You have to see it and identify why you out. I've gotten several employees over the years from Chick-fil-A, really, I got a kid from a hotel that worked at a Sheraton. I think it was a Sheraton hotel here. in town. You know, he just real good at the front desk. You know, so I mean, ultimately, as a manager or it's just an employee of any place, you just identify the talent, and you know, you basically try to get them into your organization and train them up to do the job whatever that's fit for them. So,
Darryl, how do you find and how do you overcome the challenges of finding qualified employees? What are you doing?
I think overall, people with the same vision, people with the same goals, they all hang out together. Find a way to become a group. So, you know, at first, when I first got here, we were challenged with, you know, finding skilled and qualified employees. But once we did get the qualified employees, skilled employees, they kind of recruited for me. I mean, if you have a place where people really, really want to work, that technician's going to call their friend technicians in another shop, and you know, they're going to gossip and they're going to talk. And next thing you know, I'm going to have a phone call or a text message, hey, you guys have any open spots? So it's all about taking care of the people you have there in your facility. And once you take care of those people, they'll do the recruiting for you. They'll do the talking for you. And it makes your job a lot easier. I also love the homegrown concept. I love taking somebody from detail, or I love taking a cashier and promoting. It's all about just like Michael Moore said, finding and recognizing talent, and that's what it's all about. Constantly recruiting. I find sometimes I like to call myself a recruiter for my dealership, because I'm constantly looking for somebody to give them the opportunity to do well.
All right, gentlemen, last question for today. It's a lightning round. I'll go to Darryl first, Michael, and then Shawn Butler to bring it home. You have 30 seconds to answer this lightning round. So here we are in middle of May, midway through the second quarter. What's next for your team in the remaining parts of this quarter, you know, coming right up against the summer months? What's next for you and your team? Lightning round. Darryl, I'll let you go first.
I want to really focus on closing more sales out. I want my guys to understand that when value outweighs the price, people commit to purchase. And I want to really hone in on my guys' selling skills and make them some hard-nosed closing sellers. And that's my goal for halfway through. And I just want to hone in on our selling skills and make it fun and make it have a great rest of the quarter.
It's a great time for training, Darryl. I agree. Michael Moore, balance of second quarter. What do you see? What are you doing?
Honestly, just continuing the concept that I preach to my guys of controlling the weather, man. Being in control of everything around you, taking full responsibility and being consistent. That's really just that's been my thing for this entire year. Just controlling the weather, no matter what's going on around. Being in DC, there's there's always something going on, right? So we got to tune that noise out and control it. So just continue to do that, and just have people understand that it's the consistency and urgency. That's what need to be.
I love that sense of urgency. All right, Shawn Butler, bring it home. What are you doing balance of the second quarter for your team?
Well, it's the same at both locations, right? Because I have an Acura Mazda store about 20 minutes away, and then the Honda store down here. They're so used to winning now, right? Yeah. After the buyouts and everybody was kind of beat down because of the downhill nature had previously taken. They're so used to winning, you gotta not let them rest, right? It's fighting. We're just killing it every month. I'm making twice as much as I ever made. I don't have to put out that extra effort. Finding ways to motivate and to keep instilling new processes, prioritize and execute. I believe it's been mentioned several times, RO count. That's still something that we're really working on. It took us a whole 13 months to get an increased RO count over what it was, during the previous owner's best years. So we're rolling now, but I mean, it was, but they're just so used to it. It's really just keeping that sense of instilling a win. You're in the fourth quarter. Come on, we got to score that touchdown, rather than just coasting to the, to the goal line, to the hoop, and then getting blocked against the backboard. We need to get them to get that dunk from the foul line. So, I mean, it's just keeping the energy up and striving to motivate them, meeting them at their why, right? What motivates you? Is it education? Is it money? Is it recognition? Is it school? And I want to do those things for you. Just got to keep me.
All right. We'll have to leave it there, Shawn. So I think any of us would want to hand the ball to you and Darryl and Michael to help close out the game. So great job, everybody. Thank you so much for all you, three of you gentlemen, do for Fixed Operations. You have really built three amazing names for yourself. And Darryl and Michael, I'm very honored to have you and Shawn with us at the roundtable on so many different segments and panels, and continue leading the way. So everybody, challenging the status quo in times of uncertainty with Darryl Terrell, Michael Moore, and Shawn Butler. Back at the 80s.
Thank you, Judd.
Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
And join me for our next segment as I interview Tiffany Kingrey. Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. With us now is Tiffany Kingrey from the Kaiser Automotive Group. Tiffany, welcome.
Welcome, Kara. Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited to hear a little bit more about you. I know that your husband we've heard from on the roundtable quite a bit, but let's be real. The ladies rule the world, right? So we want to know more about you today.
Well, that is true. The ladies do rule the world, and I'm happy to be here. And whenever you're ready, we can go ahead and get started.
Awesome. So working in F&I have to ask you, what can F&I and fixed operations do to help each other make our business grow?
Well, the important thing, Kara, that F&I and service can do together in fixed is communication. They need to keep the open lines of communication there. So if something goes wrong in service with the customer, finance needs to be able to help service fix that issue, and vice versa. It's a two-way street. It's one team. We're all there for one purpose, and that's to make the dealership grow, more sound, help with CSI, and just basically keep those line of communications open.
Absolutely. And I feel oftentimes in the dealership setting, it kind of seems like two different islands, doesn't it? F&I is over here, fixed operations is in the back, and it's like they don't even know each other.
That is true. And again, when I come into the dealership, I don't walk through the front door. I walk through the service lane. And I say good morning to all of them. And, I'm on the back side, on the front side with the sales and finance, the salespeople need to walk their customers to service. They need to do a service walk. The most important thing for a customer to know is who they're going to be interacting with, right? So when you come in and bring the car in, you have a familiar face and a name that you can call or speak to at that point. It makes it more friendly. It makes it a very homey atmosphere because nobody wants to be in service. If they're in service for a reason because one, something broke down. Two, they have to get their oil changed. And it's very time consuming to be in service. So, the most important thing is, again, communication, the service walk, having the customer be introduced to the service staff that's there. And that's why it's so important. When I come in the morning, they know who I am. Yeah. I say hi to them. So when I started at Kaiser, I went in and introduced myself to all the service advisors. So they know who I am and they have a familiar face out front.
Wow, that's amazing. That doesn't happen everywhere. So talking about some of that confusion within the dealership, I know oftentimes, some customer comes in, purchases a vehicle, maybe they bought some extra stuff in that finance office, and next thing you know, maybe they come in for a service and the service advisor knows nothing about it. So with the DMS at play, how can F&I make sure that the service advisor knows what service contracts were purchased at the time of that sale?
That's a great question, Kara. And you know how we can go ahead and make services life more easy and efficient for them to do their job is when we're doing our contracts, we need to import the information correctly from the contract. How long the term is, how long the miles it is, how long until it expires, what the deductible is, if the plan code, because there's different plan codes, there's platinum, there's gold, there's silver. So the more information that the service team has, it makes their job easier. So we don't look like we have egg on our face. Oh, we need to call the warranty company. If they have all that information at the tip of their fingers, the transaction goes much smoother and it helps with CSI as well.
Absolutely, because I feel like, if the service advisor is in front of you staring at the customer saying, I don't know what service contract you had, what does that look like for your dealership?
In our dealership, with the DMS conversion of the former owner to now, we have lost some information. So we are working with accounting and going through everybody. If somebody comes in and making sure that we input as much information as possible, that we can gather as much information as possible. We're working on the backside with DealerTrack to let them know to go back in and they can go ahead and check the customer information to make sure that's in there, that we didn't lose it from the front to the back. But if there's an issue, the service advisors do come out and I'm going to go ahead and look it up for them. Or if I can't find that information, I'm going to go into it, our back office, into our accounting department and get that information for them. So we have to help them make their job easy because they have a hard job as it is.
Absolutely. Very true. Now, what do you think could help F&I sell more services on the service drive? Because I get that finance is in their office and they're after it. They're trying to sell all these contracts, but hey, what about service, right?
Mm-hmm. So finance and service, again, need to work together as a team because what we sell is a retention tool, right? It allows customers to come in and have service done, and it gives service an opportunity to check brakes, batteries, or anything, wipers, anything else that is needed. So how finance can help service or service can help finance sell more service contracts or maintenance contracts is just being more visible, being more prevalent to them on the service drive. Instead of a finance manager sitting in the office, they need to be in the showroom. They need to be walking the service drive. They need to be sitting in the customer lounge. And again, it's building a trust with the service advisors and finance because it works both ways. So if they have a customer that comes in and they're right on the field right at the end of them, a customer hitting their warranty, what they can do is they can bring them to us and we can go ahead and help the customer so they don't ever have to incur any out-of-pocket expense. We can sell them an extended warranty from the service drive and then always praise, the service advisors for go ahead and doing that, whatever the policies and procedures are in place in your dealership at that time, whatever they do for their service advisors at that time and vice versa. But finance doesn't need to look for anything from the service. We want to give back to them. Again, they have the hardest job in the dealership. Nobody wants to be in that service department.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I think if there was a way that we could make that communication a little bit better, because I know for me as a consumer, I've went in and purchased a vehicle, sat in that finance office and never even went back there to meet any of the service advisors. Why do you think that is?
There's no communication. Everybody's afraid of service. Nobody wants to walk back there because again, you think, well, you know what? Service does theirs, sales does theirs. They're not intertwined. They're not working together. They need to work together. We need to not have silos within the dealership. And I'm not a big fan of that word silos because we're one team, one goal. And the most important thing is that customer is taken care of and we are getting great CSI.
Absolutely. Now, as far as, the different silos, like you were talking about, as a person that's worked in a dealership in the past, I've seen this firsthand, and I want to know kind of your outlook on this because I've sat in many sales meetings, right? But I have never once stepped foot in a service meeting. Why on earth would they not go to each other's meetings to know what's going on?
Kara, that's a great question. They should be going to each other's meetings. We should be going to theirs. They should be coming to ours. What this does, this effectively puts them together as a team. Not only does it open the lines of communication, it opens if there's anything that is going wrong that they're seeing that finance is doing wrong that we can improve, or vice versa. It will go back to the conversation that we've had about improving services job with the service contracts or the benefits, making sure that all that stuff is in there for them. So if something's missing, they could say, hey, we had, a maintenance contract that didn't pay all the amount. Maybe finance sold the wrong contract. We don't know what's going on in the back scene until somebody brings it to our attention. Again, we should be involved in a group meeting so we could put everything out on the table. It brings everybody back together.
Yeah.
100%.
And at your automotive group, is that a standard that you're trying to put into place, or maybe already exists?
No, that is something that I'm trying to implement, being here new at Kaiser Automotive, getting to know service. So I want them to come to our meetings, and I want to go to their meetings. And so it's a conversation that we're going to open up with the fixed ops director that's there and bring it to the GM's attention as well, so we can come up with a plan to build a stronger team between everybody and not have any of those silos that are going on.
Yeah, I think for, like I was saying, being a person in a dealership, I would like to know, because, sometimes the salesperson that sold that vehicle is going to be the person that they call if they have an issue with their vehicle, right?
You are correct. And if there is, the salesperson's not available, they're going to get in touch with finance, right? Mm-hmm. And because finance pretty much seems to think, everybody thinks finance knows everything, right? Not accounting, everybody goes to finance. And that's okay, because we have everything at the tip of our fingers. The deal jacket is there, all the customer information in there, the warranty information is there. If it's properly entered correctly, it will transfer over to service. But yes, you're right. Everybody's going to call the salesperson. And where's the salesperson going to go? Because of the silos, they don't want to walk back to service because they probably have had a bad experience in service, and the service advisors have had a bad experience with sales. So if finance and service has already built that relationship, sales is coming to finance.
Yep.
But again, it goes back to that giant circle that everybody needs to have open lines of communication and know everybody that's in service. Yeah. Because service does a great job, sales does a great job, and finance does a great job if we're all on the same page.
Absolutely. You're going to sell more vehicles from the service drive, and vice versa. If you have that communication, then, I know I've seen many salesmen at multiple dealerships befriend a service advisor, because what's that going to do for them? It's going to bring them more sales, right?
That is correct. When a customer has, a vehicle that's broken down or, can't afford to fix it, what are they going to do? Mm-hmm. They're going to come out to sales, and they're going to find a salesperson to help this customer and try to get them, into a new vehicle and have it be, and have it be cost effective for them. Right. So again, it's communication. You can't emphasize that enough. And teamwork.
Yep, absolutely. The dealership, ecosystem has got to be flowing all together. And I think we oftentimes don't see that. But I think as the automotive industry evolves, I think that's going to change here soon. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree. And it's the dealerships are evolving to intertwine everything. Mm-hmm. Again, back from the silos. So, in my head, everybody in certain levels of the dealership should be getting paid on a team thing. So if service succeeds, great. If sales is succeeding, great. If finance is succeeding, great. Mm-hmm. But if they don't, we know where the break is, and we can go ahead and work on fixing it.
Wow.
And I keep saying it over and over again, one team, one goal.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
That's an interesting outlook and a good dealership model that we should definitely look more into, I think. But I've really enjoyed this conversation, Tiffany, and thank you so much for being on the roundtable with us today. And I've loved hearing kind of your outlook on F&I and the service drive.
Thank you, Kara. I appreciate it. And thank you for having me. It was a wonderful conversation. I'm looking forward to more of them.
Of course. Tiffany Kingrey from the Kaiser Automotive Group here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Nothing's going to break our stride. Up next, we have the leadership coach, Jeremy Stevens.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Jeremy Stevens is taking Fixed Ops by storm. I see him everywhere on social media. He's on multiple platforms. He's been a great contributor to this event. He's the Fixed Operations Director at a large dealership group in North Carolina and a leadership group, coach with John Maxwell. Jeremy, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Impressed with your resume, my friend. And, you know, we were just talking on another panel how fixed ops has really come to the forefront, Jeremy, you know, with all that's happening in our industry. And that's where the growth is foreseen over the next 5, 10, 15 years. What are your thoughts about that?
It definitely is. It's starting to get a little bit of attention because they're realizing how important it is, you know, because that's the backbone of the dealership. And there's a lot, what's great about it is there's a lot of young talent coming in that's doing a little stuff a little differently, and it's creating a lot more ideas and that brainstorming. And it's a pretty cool time to be in this industry because of that.
I agree. And I think all these forces are converging, including the technology and the social media. So,
yes,
you know, look how it is to build a network, right? I mean, it's amazing. So, okay, let's talk, Jeremy. I want to talk a little bit about you today, if I can. Tell us, what was your first job in automotive, and how'd you get in?
So it was in the 90s. So my first automotive job was at a full service gas station. So every time that bell rang, I had to run outside and pump people's gas. And it was a great experience because you got customer service, because some of the people weren't very friendly, but it was a great entry level. And even back then, when I interviewed for this position, you can't do this now, but he did it back then, is my job interview was to put rear shocks on a Buick, old Buick. And it was already up on the lift. And this guy didn't know me from Adam. And that was my job interview.
Wow.
And so luckily I installed them correctly and I got the job.
Wow. Now, where was this? Where did this happen?
This is my hometown in Fuquay-Varina in North Carolina.
North Carolina.
It was right out of high school. So that was my you know, cutting my teeth in the automotive world.
Wow. So you started off in a service station, and how long did you do that, and where'd that take you?
So I did that for about a year because I was going to a technical school. And as soon as I finished that, I went to a Chevrolet dealership as a technician, and I continued that career for a good while.
Wow. So technician background, and I'm sure that prepared you for what you're doing now. And, you know, knowing, you know, not every fixed ops director, you know, was a technician, right? I think that's valuable, super valuable experience.
It does. It helps you relate with everybody at the dealership, you know, especially with the technicians, you know, and you're kind of already on their side walking into that role, because when you're working with them, they know that you've had that experience. And with customers, you have a little bit technical aspect of it too. So you're able to communicate a little bit easier with the customers because of that background.
Do you still work on cars? I got to ask you.
I do. So we have a reconditioning center, and every once in a while I'll go in there at lunchtime and I'll try to work on some stuff. I'm not as good as I once was. I can say that. I'm looking through wiring diagrams, trying to help technicians. I was like, oh my gosh, this has changed a little bit, but it's still, I still kind of go in there and help out just because I really like that part.
You're right. The game has changed. The technology has changed. So how long were you a tech, and why did you stop being a tech?
So I was a tech tool probably about 14 years ago. And I knew I wanted something more, because I felt like I could help the whole entire group. And basically I was a little upset with the managers at that point because I get frustrated when a manager won't make a decision, left, right, let's make a decision and get moving. But I had that burning desire that I wanted to be in leadership, and I wanted to lead a group of technicians and service advisors. So I love working on cars, but there was something that was drawing me away from it.
Was it what you expected when you first did that, or was it, describe that, transition from tech to, leader or manager?
Oh, it was horrible. So Friday I was a technician at a Chevy store, and I hit my P. I was very good at it.
Okay.
And then Monday I was a service manager, and I'm trying to dress like a service, a tech used to wearing a uniform, and I now have to wear a button-up shirt. And I remember sitting in that office my first day, and it's like, what the heck do you do now? It's like, and it was just that clue, you knew what to do, but it's like, I'm here by myself now. And then working through it, I was like, this is a mistake, and this is a mistake. And, I had to fight that. And then, I talked to some people, and I kind of got set in place, and I stumbled across some leadership content. And as soon as I did that, then it was like a rocket ship at that point.
All right. So before you came upon the leadership content, did you have a network of people you could reach out to, or were you kind of all alone, doing this, making that transition? And by the way, was it a pay cut initially going into management?
It was a pay cut because the store I went to was a failing store. It was almost the store you got sent to when, you didn't behave at the good store. Yeah. But, the owner really believed that I was the right guy. And it's like, man, it's like it was a tough transition because of the pay cut. But, looking back now, it was the best opportunity because I saw what that store could be. So it kind of overshadowed the pay cut that I did take.
What's the name of the dealer group where you are?
Heister Automotive Group.
And was this at Heister or not yet?
Yeah, no, this was at Heister. I've been at this Heister group for 20 years now, since the beginning. And the owner, John Heister, he knew I could do it. And he was my mentor going into it. And he helped me guide through it, but he came from sales. A lot of our general managers, and they come from sales. So, they can help me with the people side of it, but anything else, I kind of, I took a little bit of Chrysler training and a little service manager training, but it didn't, it would help, but not a lot.
Okay. So let's talk about that leadership content you came upon. What was that? And, was that the main thing that helped you becoming a manager, or are there other things?
So it was the main thing that triggered it. So I was frustrated because I went through, as soon as I took this management job, I took a pay cut. I was actually working 2 jobs. So I'd go to other people's shop to earn cash. My dad ended up at the hospital and eventually passed away. And I had all these hits back to back. And so my first 4 months of management was very tough. And then my mom went to a yard sale one time and saw this book, autobiography of Leah Iacocca. And if you're in the car world, you know who this guy is. And she gave it to me, and I read this book, and I was just interested because he helped develop the Ford Mustang, and I'm a Ford Mustang fan. And so I read it, and in that book, a lot of stuff, any books, there's good things and bad things, but he had like basic management principles in there. And for some reason it clicked. And as soon as it clicked, I started forming some management thing. And usually when you start in this growth process, your eyes open and you see things differently. And then it kind of leads you to somewhere else. And it kind of stumbled me to the John Maxwell. And once I started doing that, then I really started, my eyes were open and it's like, oh my gosh, I've been doing this totally wrong.
Wow. I've often, when I've done service training workshops, I've used the Maxwell books, a great author, great content. I've used those, as things that I would point to or even giveaways, but talk a little bit more about Maxwell and how you took it from there.
So I discovered Maxwell cleaning out the forbidden closet at the dealership. You always, it seems like there's always a junk closet. And one day I just got tired of it and I started clearing it out and I stumbled across the VHS tapes of John Maxwell. And it was 21 Laws of Leadership. And I was like, what the heck is these laws about? And I took it and, I didn't have no VHS player, so I couldn't play these tapes. So I found
those were the 21 irrefutable laws, right?
Yes, that's right.
Remember.
Yeah. So that was my introduction. But what he taught me was just the basic principles of leadership. And he broke it down in something that just spoke to me basically, because I was trying to overcomplicate things because I was always under the deception that you were born a leader and that some people have it and some people don't. And then when I started contacting with John Maxwell, I realized that anybody can be a leader because it's possible, because these are skills that you can learn. And, that's when the first one, he has the 5 levels of leadership, and it really slapped me in the face, especially the first level that you're a manager and people have to follow you because they have to, because you got your badge, your manager tag. And then I really started, the relationship part with the employees. And then one thing led to another. And then I just started drinking the Kool-Aid and leadership from that point, and eventually came, a certified coach for John Maxwell because I just believe in leadership so much.
I've heard that great leaders are made, not born. Is that true?
That is true. I didn't believe it 15 years ago, but I believe it now.
Well, and I imagine all of these experiences have helped mold you and shape you. And so let's talk about that, where you are now. Okay. You're a fixed operations director, obviously successful. Jeremy, how do you not plateau? How do you keep going to the next? What drives you, okay, to win, to go to the next level and, from, hitting that ceiling, as they say?
Yeah. So the first thing that drives me is the people I have around me, because if you're not personally growing, you're going to flatline and you're going to hit that ceiling. And what happens is if you hit that ceiling, then you can't attract talented people. People's not going to grow with you. But as a leader, if you break that ceiling by hanging out with people smarter than you, getting very comfortable being uncomfortable, if always growing, reading new material, just like this fixed roundtable, being involved in there. Cause I'm looking at the guys you're interviewing. It's like, oh my gosh, they've been through so much and I need to learn from those guys. And just by being connected with y'all the past year, I've learned so much from the guys you've had on there. And so it's allowed me to grow. But then what's cool about it is the people that I serve, that I lead, they grow with me also.
Yeah.
And when I see, cause I have a young lady that started out as what we call pretty much she started out as a salesperson and she didn't like sales. So she went into service and just was what we call a customer advocate. So it's kind of a modified porter. And she did great with that. And then she wanted more. So we started training her leadership. So she became a lane manager. She became the best service advisor in our whole entire group. And recently, 2 months ago, we promoted her to assistant service manager. And she is she's phenomenal. And when I see her, we took somebody that was not, in her life, she wasn't making that great of money. She didn't feel valued. And now she's tripled her income. Wow. She's she's going to be one of our service managers one day. And when I see that turnaround, when you impact people's lives, not financially, but, when you impact one person's life, it bleeds into their family life, and you can tell their family's getting better, their financial situation's getting better. And that's what drives me, because when I see that, it's like, okay, I got to get better myself. So that's what really fuels my passion, is when I see people grow like that.
And I think that's part of the gift, right? Being a leader, that you'll help others grow. And so that seems to be a big part of Jeremy Stevens and what you do.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I just love people, and I love seeing them grow. I love to see that person that everybody's kind of, nah, he's not good, but you see something in that person. And then once you find their strengths and you fertilize that strengths, and then they take off, and that gives me the joy that, if the money's important because everybody wants to earn a paycheck, but once you see that and experience people growing and see their family succeed, it all comes together.
Wow. Jeremy Stevens is with us, everybody. He's Fixed Operations Director, and you can't miss him on social media. So, Jeremy, if I had to ask you, for our audience who are dealers and fixed ops directors like yourself, general managers, service managers, parts managers, reconditioning managers, if I had to ask you for any advice looking out over the next part of 2023, here we are in the middle of May, we still got 6.5 months to go. What would it be? What would you tell your peers if you had 30 seconds to, just to talk to them in an elevator and, advise them what they should be aware of and doing, for the rest of the year?
So I'm always a fix me first person, because if you can fix yourself as the leader and start with that, everything else falls into place every single time. And that's probably the short form. That's fix yourself first. Everything else fixes itself too.
Start within. Jeremy Stevens, his contact information is scrolling across the bottom here. You can reach him, of course, on LinkedIn. He's on Facebook. I know that. His Gmail is on here. And that's your cell phone. It says call or text, right?
Yep. Definitely. Definitely text me. I kind of respond faster to text because I'm usually on the phone, and I'll definitely get back with you.
All right. Well, Jeremy, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank you so much for your time and contributing to this event, the panels, and all you do for fixed operations. We're very grateful to have you.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Jeremy Stevens, everybody, with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Traveling back in time is quite the project. Here to make your projects hassle-free is Alyson Landis from Inkcentric.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Alyson Landis, the CEO and Marketing and Procurement Specialist for all things automotive, is with us. Alyson, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you so much for having me. Cannot wait to be to do our interview together. This is fantastic. Love it.
You've got so much on the go. You're so busy with the retail business, working with dealers, working with, and now you're going to tell us about a big client that we know of that has been with you for a long time, but congratulations to you. And thank you for coming 80s style. I see you got the hair and the whole thing for today.
Thank you, Ted. I'm a big 80s fan. Grew up in the 80s, love the music, love the hair, love the colors, just love it all. So as soon as you said 80s, I was in like Flynn, no question.
So I love it. All right. So what have you got? Because I know you're involved with a lot of the companies, the partners that work with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Tell us what you got on the go.
So I've got a few cool products that I really wanted to share today. Number one, being a consumer and also part of the fixed operations department, my first and favorite thing that everybody needs is a name badge. As you can see, I've got quite a few that are on me, but it is the number one thing needed. When I go to have my car serviced, when I'm anywhere, I need to know who's actually working there. I don't know how many times hey, excuse me, and they don't work there. So name badges to me are the number one needed thing. It is personable. You know who you're speaking to. With Galpin, as you can see, there's quite a few different logos as they have quite a few different brands, but that's also very beneficial that you know exactly who you're talking to and who you're looking for. So wanted to start there with the name badges.
Everybody in the dealership needs a name badge, no matter what the department, whether in the fixed ops or whether they're, somewhere else in the store. So, good idea. And no matter, by the way, no matter what they wear, no matter what the dress code is,
yes,
the name badge works.
Exactly. See, even with this 80s top, you can see the name badges. We are good. The second is things are warming up, right? We're getting to the summertime. It's hot, a lot of outdoor events.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. This is a fan. We've printed the front and the back. You can put any type of info, any graphics you want. But the best part is at outdoor events, people are lining up for these. And what you say is, of course, please take this fan and flash my logo as you're walking around fanning yourself the entire time. So these are just great. They're cost effective because this is just a wood stick, but we put a UV coating on the front and the back to make them weatherproof. They are just a lot of fun and just great real estate. Really walking around fanning yourself is fantastic.
So you could take a company's or a dealership's logo or a group's logo and turn it into a fan.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's just the best way to promote. People keep these in their car, take them out at sporting events when they're at their kids' soccer games. And again, marketing for you as your client and friends are fanning themselves and keeping cool. So
That's a great idea. And these are simple ideas, but they're so effective. And especially now, this one in the summer. So
yes, thank you so much. One other that is fun, a pen, but check him out. He is called a mop topper. So he's got this great hair on the top that you actually can use to clean your phone screen with, but they are just so much fun. His head swirls and it is just something fun to play with. You put your logo and your information, of course, on the side of the pen, but these have been a huge hit. Everybody loves them, especially for trade shows. That's when you're going to have the line because kids and adults love these. I can't stop playing with him. So he was another fun.
I imagine different colors and
absolutely different colors, different facial colors. I mean, these, and there are women and men with these. So you could, really gender exclusive and just great, just fun to play with.
Mop top is what you call it?
Mop top pen. Yes, because of his hair. It really is all about the hair. So
is it disposable or can it be refilled or what is it? How does that work?
It can be refilled. Thank you for asking. It definitely can be refilled. So this is just a good one. And we know, especially when it comes to promotional products, it's really what your customer is going to use. What are they going to keep at their desk? What is easily accessible to them? We want them to find our information easy peasy, whether it's a business card or a pen. People keep these around, and it's a great way to keep your mind, your business on your client's mind.
And my phone is always getting dirty, so that's something I would have close at hand.
Perfect.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
And then last but not least, we're going to put in some pictures for everybody to see. Wall graphics. Huge real estate, whether you're in the fixed ops department, throughout the dealership, in the offices. We just did a big job for Galpin at a new building that they have, and we put graphics everywhere. We put their hot cars that are out. We did their logo, which you'll see a neat time release video of what we did, and their mission statement, of course. It's just a great way to boost the morale, the camaraderie, to really keep everybody within your business going for the same goal. And just looking around and seeing it is fantastic. We did a lot for them. They did big, huge graphics covering their walls. We can do small as well. It could be just a small little piece on the side with your mission statement, with a logo, anything along those lines. But it's just great. You've got customers and employees walking in. You might as well utilize the walls all around you.
So that's a great idea, taking a mission statement or the core values and putting that into a wall graphic. So what would the company or dealership do? Would they give you the measurements and say, here's what we want you to you design, or do they give it to you already, or is it a combination of any of those things?
Combination of all of it. And thank you. Great question. Really, it's having a conversation. That's what we would invite. If you are interested in anything like this, it would be a phone call or an email. We can take your logo. We can take, as you said, the core values, mission statement, anything you would like. Even photos of employees would be a great thing. We can do an employee of the month because they're very cost effective. Yes. And then we would need dimensions or measurements. We can even send somebody out if needed to measure the area that you need. And then it's easy peasy. We print it out. It's very much like wallpaper to be installed. So it's made to be user friendly. And we can also do the installation if needed.
Everybody, we're speaking to Alyson Landis. She is CEO and the marketing and procurement specialist from automotive retail at Inkcentric Corp. She's in Los Angeles. She does a lot of work with the partners at the Fixed Ops Roundtable and the dealers at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Not just in fixed ops, her marketing ideas work throughout the dealership. And she's got a lot of seasonal things and a lot of great ideas. She's very creative. If you've seen her on social media with her videos in the morning, usually early, she posts them. I don't know how early you get up, Alyson, to do that, but
too early, yes.
But they're always, they always bring a smile to my face because you're always showing off something new that a dealership did. You've got a great facility. So Inkcentric, you've got the whole thing in-house. I know you probably don't do everything in-house, but you do a whole lot. I've seen you do a lot of work for Galp, and you've been with them, or they've been with you now for 20 some years.
Yes, thank you, Ted, so much. Really quickly, when it comes to our equipment, we have digital through offset, which really means we can be cost effective at 100 business cards or 100,000 if need be. We really created Inkcentric to be a one-stop shop, so you can get all of your marketing needs taken care of in one place. And that's that. Yes.
I know Ed Roberts has the Orlando Ford Parts and Service Club coming up in July on July 6th, I believe is when it starts in Orlando. And although he's a couple thousand miles away, Alyson, you helped put together some mailers and I think some pieces for them as well, right?
Thank you. And thank you for the introduction to be his printer. I appreciate that. Yes, we have other locations across the United States that makes it easy and cost effective for us to be able to ship to East Coast, West Coast, whatever we need to do. And actually, Ted, back to your early morning thing. This is kind of funny. Since the pandemic and really embracing social media,
yes,
doing Zoom calls everywhere, I'm frustrated that California is the last to wake up. I have to be honest with you. So I think I should have been an East Coast girl because I am just up and raring to go. So that's really the early morning. I want to be able to post to make sure all of my East Coast friends and clients can see it when they're up in the morning. So California really needs to wake up later or earlier, excuse me. So that would be the best, but that's okay. We are here and we are ready.
Everyone, she's easy to reach. She's on social media. Her email scrolling at the bottom, Alyson@inkcentric.com. Don't worry about the time zone because she's on Eastern time no matter where she is. I know that for a fact. It's not unusual to get an early message from Alyson or early questions or early follow-up. By the way, she's great at following up with you and staying with you. It's not like she hands this off to other folks on the team. Alyson does a lot of this herself. And Alyson, you're embedded into a lot of important companies. Okay. I see working in automotive, not only on the dealer side, but on the culture side, on the women in retail side. So, you're involved in a lot of stuff in addition to the trade shows and fixed ops as well.
Thank you. Yes. Really, Ted, you've given me such an opportunity and have introduced us to so many different people and different amazing people in the automotive industry. We want to make sure that we are bringing the top products to everybody and that we stay on the top so everybody's marketing will be great. And that's really what we're here for. We love helping customers reach their end goal, whether it's more business, more clients, whatever it is, we are here to help from the marketing standpoint. Absolutely.
Great marketing ideas, Alyson, to take us through the summer. I'm excited what you're going to have for us this fall when we get together in September for the next event. Everybody, Alyson Landis at Inkcentric. I refer my friends and family to her and the dealers on the roundtable and the partners. So reach out to her at Inkcentric. She's on social media. Also, her email, Alyson@inkcentric.com. Alyson, have a great summer. I know we'll be working on a bunch of things together, though, in the meantime. So thank you for all you do for Fixed Ops as well.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you for everything. Thanks for your time.
All right, Alyson Landis here back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted Ings, and welcome everyone to War Cloud Jeopardy, where the objective is, as always, is to optimize your profit. Please welcome Corey Roberts and Scott Bertelman. Our board today, Category 1, Mission Impossible, Numbers Don't Lie, Man versus Machine, and WIFM, What's in it for me? Let's go to the board. Corey.
Jim, I'll take Mission Impossible for 100.
Mission Impossible for 100. Previously thought impossible, it is the only company that processes warranty claims in mere seconds.
Jim, who is WarCloud?
That's correct. Scott.
Jim, I'll take Numbers Don't Lie for 200.
Dealerships use this solution to reduce warranty expenses by over 50% while simultaneously growing revenue 12.4%.
Who is WarCloud?
Exactly.
I'll take Man versus Machine for 300.
The only company that provides a solution using automated machine learning, not humans, to capture allowances, fees, additional tenths of labor, and automatically submit for payments within 24 hours.
Who is WarCloud?
Exactly right. And finally,
WIFM for 400, Jim.
The only automated warranty solution that doesn't get sick, take vacations, or quit.
Who is WarCloud?
Exactly right again. The answer every time is WarCloud. And for those of you watching, if you'd like to explore ways to improve your profitability by automating your warranty claims processing, scan the code on your screen or visit us at warcloud.com for a free warranty analysis today. Thank you.
Take a moment now to pause your tapes and pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and most rad speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Walking this way is our next speaker. Please welcome the coach, Mark Mickens.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Mark Mickens is with us. He's the Director of Retail at ES3, a great friend of the Fixed Ops Roundtable community. Mark, welcome back to the event.
Well, thanks for having me, Ted. I'm really
Mark,
excited
you're
to be
involved.
here.
You are involved with so many things. I mean, you've been a dealer. You've been running a big Mercedes store. Bring us up to speed. What are you doing?
Well, I retired out of retail in August of this year, and I took a position with ES3 Automotive out of Rochester Hills, Detroit, Michigan, and on the Mercedes-Benz Service Your Way program. And it's a program that encompasses mobile service, express service, and pickup and delivery, as well as improving shop capacity, which we're working on pretty vigorously with all the dealers in the program right now. We've got over 100 dealers in the program so far. We just launched in January of this year. So we're getting it out to the field, and we're having a good time, and we're doing a really good job so far getting the dealers interested and getting everybody up to speed with mobile and express and all the shop capacity throughput things that we're working on. So it's going very well.
Mark, you're the perfect guy for that. That's right up your alley. That's exactly what you do, and you fit great. Congratulations to you on that. Plus I see here in the local town where I live, congratulations. You've been the football coach now here for I'm going to say 30, 35 years. I think I'm light with that number. And you got the horse racing thing. I see frosted oats in there. I see some great pictures coming out.
Yeah, I'm pretty busy on that, on the personal side. I've been a high school football coach for 41 years. I just finished my 41st season at the school that I played at. Lot to be proud of there. I've really great kids, bunch of kids that played for us are coaching for us now. And my son's on our coaching staff. So it's been a fun journey the last couple of years, especially getting some of the young guys that have played for us and getting my son on the staff. And, it's just been very rewarding and very makes me feel young again, for sure.
And it's great for what you do in the car business. I've seen that work ethic, that coach's ethic that you have, and that has a lot to do with your success in automotive, Mark.
Yeah, I don't really think. Thank you for that, Ted. But I don't really see very much difference in running any business. We'll use car dealerships as an example. I don't see a difference of running a business and running a team. It's the same. It's the same mindset for me. I would go into the store and I would be in the store, till practice time in the afternoon. I go back at night and close the store. But, when I was on the field, there really wasn't that much difference in the execution of what you're trying to do. You're trying to get a bunch of people to do everything in the same direction to be successful, and that's it. There's really not much difference, and, the project that we're doing with ES3 right now, Mercedes-Benz is being successful also because we have a lot of really solid fixed ops people that we've had join us. And I have a great team of coaches, and we call them coaches, that are out in the field every day, working with, Mercedes-Benz, a luxury brand, on really how to improve the customer service experience that the customer is used to receiving. So, doing very well with it. And like I said, I have a bunch of great guys out there for us every day. And we're constantly, tweaking the program and making things better,
So you have a great vantage point, Mark. What are you seeing and hearing? What is the need right now out there? You've been in retail a long time. Now you've got this, vantage point with ES3. You're working with, manufacturers and a lot of people who are, throughout our industry. What are you hearing and what are you seeing?
Well, I think there's a lot in the channel right now, as they like to say. It's not really one big thing. I think there's a lot of challenges, but I think the one thing I found going into dealerships now, because I do a lot of traveling and I hadn't in the past, is I'm always so impressed at the ingenuity and the way that dealers can solve problems from the piece of property you're on with not enough parking to landlocked, or not enough technicians, or you name it. And it's just the ingenuity that people have and the dealers have. I just think dealers are the best entrepreneurs in the world. I always felt that way. And some of the things I see that some people have overcome, it's just amazing. Because, I'm in dealers big and small, right? I was up in a dealer in Detroit that had 7 technicians, and I was down in a store in Bethesda, Maryland, that had 73 technicians. And there's all different kinds of things for them to overcome. The things that are tough in the channel right now is, I think that, again, technicians and the availability of technicians coming into the business has really trickled into every manufacturer. Nobody's immune from it. We're finding Mercedes-Benz dealers are having the same problems that anybody else is having as far as attracting talent and some new talent. So trying to overcome that issue. I think that, loaner cars have been a big issue for a lot of manufacturers, but especially for a higher end manufacturer like Mercedes-Benz, where the customer's experience is maybe a little bit different than someone else's. And so the lack of availability has crept into their day as far as that goes. And I just think, there's a lot of uncertainty on where the products are going. Are we going to be an EV heavy company, or are we not? Is it going to level off? Are people going to want to drive them? So there's really a lot of unknowns in that part of the business, really big unknowns. And I think it creates a little bit of uncertainty amongst people that are used to doing, fixed operations one way, but the ingenuity is what I'm really impressed with.
I love it. I couldn't agree with you more. I just had a panel here with a lot of your friends. Okay. And Tully was on there. Ed was on there as well. And, talking about how the last couple of years, have not exactly been bad for the car business, right? And
No.
that speaks to that ingenuity. And I remember Tully saying, boy, I hope we can keep it. I hope we can keep it going, because it's been an amazing couple of years. What the dealers have done with what was originally uncertainty, and how looking to find a better way, and how we've done that both front end and back end, Mark.
Yeah, it really is. It really is amazing. And like I said, there hasn't been any dealer that I've been in, any store, that hasn't had to overcome something since coming out of COVID. And yeah, it's been great, for a while with sales and things, but there are still supply chain issues. We still have some things to overcome. It's definitely not back to normal, whatever normal is going to be, because I don't know if we've established what normal is going to be. But there's some exciting things happening too. I mean, I know on our side, the manufacturer that we're dealing with right now, and the dealers we're dealing with, that the interest in mobile service is through the roof. It's our number one. If you're going to go in and discuss something with somebody, there's so much interest in taking that step right now, and we've come up with some really good calculators and some things where we can show a dealer some return on investment to start to make it work. And there's a big a big customer experience value in it now, where I think that dealers are starting to realize the fact that it's going to be part of the business going forward. It's one of the biggest growth explosions on the non-manufacturer world. I mean, there's people out there, mobile services becoming a reality, and like we like to say on our team, we don't want it to be the next Jiffy Lube, in our industry, because it can very well go that way. And we really have to be out there, especially with who we're representing, and making sure that they're realizing that there's going to be some pressure on the fixed op side of the business if you don't pay attention to these guys, because they're out there. They really are.
Something you tapped into a while back is that convenience factor, all right, and that trip value, being able to have those mobile vans, being able to do things like deliver the special order parts, do the recalls that are on other dealers' lots, and use your vehicles creatively. Not just, I'm not going to ask you how it pencils, Mark, but not just, it's not oil changes at all. Okay.
No.
It's thinking out of the box.
As a matter of fact, there's been some other manufacturers that have not gotten off the ground,
right.
The way they should have, because they didn't build it as a trip value program like we have. I do have to give a shout out because my trip value thoughts go way back in my career to a gentleman named Fred Beans, and I was a top 25 wholesaler for Ford Motor Company, wholesale parts for many years,
and Fred knew it too.
but I don't like that. Fred thought I was more of a competitor than I was. I wasn't competing with Fred, but Fred is a very gracious man, and he very much was very giving to me with knowledge when I was a lot younger, and he helped me realize the fact that you better know how much the truck's costing you every day, if you're going to be successful. And I learned that from Fred. And while we're just a great segue to you is that the Fixed Op Roundtable is just one of the best things that have ever happened to our industry. I really mean that. You filled such a void, just such a big void in space, where you've brought a lot of great people together, a lot of really, really good minds. And not only that, I count some of these guys as my really close friends in the business now. I've picked up the phone many times in my new adventure, because it is a new adventure. And I had some blind spots on some things, and to pick up the phone and talk to Tully, or talk to Ed Roberts, or talk to, Robert Stage, or talk to you, or anybody that I've been able to, guys that have been around it's been really invaluable for me. And I've gained a lot of friends, and I've gained a lot of knowledge. And I just think it's incredible what the Fixed Ops Roundtable is all about. I really do.
Yeah, it's done a lot. I had somebody here today who was telling me that some of the names you mentioned, particular Tully and Ed, now compared to maybe a couple of years ago, he said, their names have become so big and so important. But I'm humbled by that. And, you pointed it out, I think at the first one that you spoke at and won the best practice award. About it's going to come up on 4 years now, Mark. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you were
the
saying
first
how
one.
this filled a void,
Yeah.
in the industry. So
it really did. I mean, we used to, way back, when I first got started, when I was a parts and service director, in the Ford store years ago, we had parts and service clubs and things of that nature that just had gone by the wayside. And it was just a really good way to exchange ideas with other guys in the business. And then all of a sudden it went away. And I think what you've done is you've really given it a good voice for people to tune in, to listen to people, Monday nights, Wednesday nights, it's worth tuning into and listening to, because somebody's going to give you something. You're going to get a nugget, and we have so many young people coming into the business. And I met a great young lady at a store I visited not that long ago up in New London, Connecticut. And she had just become a fixed ops director at a very young age. And they gave her a chance. And I was so excited to meet her and to go to the store. And I went in and I met her. And just, she had such a great knowledge, a base to grow on. And I told her about Fixed Ops Roundtable and, how to join and how to get in and listen. And
sure.
That's the kind of people that you want to come on and listen to the show to get those nuggets out of it, because that's the next generation. And if somebody's willing to take a chance on a young person in a position like that and help them grow, as long as the training is there and you're going to continue to support it, that's where the business is going. It has to.
I love it. Well, Mark, you're one of those people that our colleagues want to reach out to. All right. And they want to talk to you. They want to reach out to you, get your advice, your counsel. So I see an email at the bottom of the screen, mmickens@es3.net. Is that the best place for our?
It is the best place. And listen, I answer every email. I recently had an interaction with a young man that watched something that we had done on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Very successful wholesale business up in Connecticut. Reached out to me about a few things, and it was just great. I said, well, how do you know? No offense, how do you know who I am? Well, I saw you on Fixed Ops Roundtable, and I thought that was really cool. So, that's what's happening, and I'm happy for you and everything, and Kara and everybody that's involved. It's just awesome. It's just great to be associated with it.
Everybody, Mark Mickens, one of the great names in our industry, fixed operations. He's in the Northeast United States. He's on the move. Okay. He's flying, he's traveling, he's in dealerships. He's working with a lot of big companies. He's the director of retail at ES3. If you want to reach out to Mark for his counsel and guidance, his email is at the bottom of the screen, mmickens@es3.net. Mark, on behalf of the Roundtable, thank you so much for this time today and bringing us up to speed on what you're doing.
Thanks for having me, Ted. It's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Mark Mickens, one of the great ones, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We all know the Breakfast Club got stuck in detention, but it's time to talk retention on our next panel with David Spisak, Tully Williams, and Ed Roberts.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Let's talk retention. We've got the experts with us today. They are David Spisak, Tully Williams, and Ed Roberts. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Glad to be here.
Ted, it's always a pleasure and such an honor to be hanging out with Tully and Ed. I'll tell you what, if you're out there and you're from the variable department, you came up through the sales side like I did, It's time to switch teams, so to speak. It's time to go hang out with the fixed op guys, the fixed op men and women, because I'm telling you, and you're going to know this by the end of this session, that's the place to be. So Tully and Ed, I'm so glad to be hanging out here with you. And I know you're going to be right in the middle of the subject. And let's talk retention, right? So I'm going to start with this for either one of you. Normally, when you have an OEM talking about retention, are they talking about specifically sales or service?
They're talking about sales. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to push that iron over the curb. So they're talking about not having to go out and conquest. They're wanting to retain and resell you.
And I get it. You get it. We all get it, right? They want to retain their clients. Why? Because they want to sell them another car and another car and another car. But what's wrong with that, Tully? What's wrong with having that hyper focus, that giant spotlight on just sales retention?
Because sales is only a small portion of what a dealership does for us, right? Our goal is to keep them at the car dealership, and that's what a service department or a fix ops department does. And then holy grail is repeat and referral. The repeat is the retention, but the referral is the holy grail. As we keep them happy in the service department, what happens? Then they refer more customers to do what? Have service, and then ultimately buy another car, which keeps the OEMs happy.
I couldn't agree with you more. Now, here's just food for thought for everybody out there now. And I know I'm singing to the choir because the majority of you watching are in the fixed ops department. You get it. You know this. But we've got to get this word out to the variable department, right? Because it's not just critical for them, but it also adds business for you in the fixed ops side, right? So I've always looked at the new car department, and for anybody out there who's an OEM, please cover your ears. I've always looked at the new car department as the all-you-can-eat seafood buffet in Las Vegas. What do I mean by that? Well, you know, they put those seafood buffets or all-you-can-eat buffets out for a really simple reason. It brings bodies into the casino, right? They're making money on the casino. They're not making money or maybe even losing money on that buffet. So why do they do that, though? Well, because if you're the Bellagio and you got a $2 billion mortgage, you're not going to be able to do it if you don't maximize the people coming through what I will refer to as the back end of that particular resort, which is the casino business, right? The bar business, so to speak. Maybe the bar's the parts department, fellas. Maybe the casino service, but they're both good, right? A lot of action goes on there. And here's another thing to consider is that even I was talking to a store that's a relatively small store. They only sell about 100 cars a month, and they're doing 1,000 ROs a month. But I just, to your point, Tully, I want to give that some air for a second. That's a 10x transactions on the service side, not even parts, service side for every transaction on the sales side. So when you talk about what's going to really embed and cement culture, but more importantly, embed and cement how a client feels about us, do you think it's going to be in the section of the store that has one transaction or the one that has 10x? Obviously, the answer is the 10x. So Ed, would you agree when you're talking retention, you've got to talk about associate retention, sales retention, and service retention? Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. It all ties together. And to build back on what you're talking about there with the 10 times, it takes weeks, maybe days, sometimes hours or minutes to purchase a vehicle. That's the buying experience. But that ownership experience lasts much longer. Most of the time, years. Sometimes it's 6 months, depending on how quick you flip in and out of vehicles, but most of the time, years. But it is certainly a lot more than 10 times the amount of time that it took to buy that vehicle. And putting that into another element of perspective, you're on a plane a lot, Dave. Do you remember 10 flights ago what happened? But you probably remember what happened on the last 2.
Yeah.
That's what's going to bring you back. That's the retention. And it starts with our people, and then it goes outwards from there.
I agree with you. And frankly, just to stay along that airline analogy, you know, it's interesting. They all have frequent flyer programs, don't they, that are specifically designed to entice us and motivate us to fly their airline more often. That honestly is going to be impacted a ton just by the very last experience, to your point, right? So each and every time that I fly on Delta, for example, as long as I'm getting a good level of service, I don't have a reason to cause myself any frustration or brain damage or start from square one to go fly with somebody else, say United or American, anybody else. So I think that's a great analogy. And one other thing I wanted to touch on with you specifically was knowing that you guys have had such a massive commitment to developing your people, as Tully has as well at the NELA organization, but you've actually taken that up a level with now Beaux-Arts University. And it's really important that while that will get understandably a great amount of attention from the industry, and it should, the reality is you guys have owned that. It's been part of your DNA for years and years and years. This is not a marketing shtick. It's not some kind of clever narrative. It's literally embedded in your narrative. And as a result of that, you have how many technicians?
92.
92. And most dealers can't find technicians, and you don't seem to have a problem keeping technicians or other people in the industry. So, Tully, I know that you have that same level of commitment, that same, literally like a level of love and commitment to your people. What do you recommend to dealers out there when it comes to developing people, investing in their people, training their people, so that they not only become great in the back end of the store, but they also come to understand their role from a total store perspective? Because one of the other critical things is we've got to eliminate these new used parts service kind of silos that exist. Don't you agree?
100%. I think that when you look at your people, which is your greatest asset, by the way, when I send out a report every week on our org charts, it is our best asset that we have. And I think what makes it, and I like to say this, I'll say this on the great Ted Ings Roundtable, is that I do not have a tech shortage. Again, I do not have a tech shortage for this reason alone. Ed, is also a huge player in this, is that we develop our technicians to be great. We make them rich and tired and happy on a daily basis. That is the holy grail when it comes to technicians. But no, when you think about all of your other positions, how do we get great technicians? We start by going to trade schools and junior colleges in our market. But talk about our porters that can become a shop's assistant and then turn into an hourly and a flat rate tech. We get to change these people's lives forever. When they come here, they're working from home, and next thing you know, they have a family, a car, and a mortgage. What more can you ask for? This is what we all live for every day. Service advisors, how do we start? A cashier to a warranty admin, maybe a cashier to an internal, to a due bill, to a service writer. Life-changing money. If they want to take that path to fixed, or they want to take that path to sales, the goal is develop your newbies. These are the people. And this is the reason why I believe we do not have a shortage with technicians, and we certainly do not have a shortage with service advisors on the fixed side. Parts people never leave. And I'm telling you, that is why, because we have a plan, we tell them every day how great they are. And of course, you have to have that great training path so they feel important and learn. And what's in it for me? A lot of people say that, but all I'm trying to do is do what? Make more money for them and their families. That's what it's all about.
I love that. So a couple things I want to jump in on that, because you brought up a number of good points. Number one is, one of my favorite business books of all time is Good to Great, written by Jim Collins. And one of the great tenets he had in that book is you got to have the right people on the bus. But he doesn't stop there. He says you then have to make sure they're on the right seat on the bus. Now, here's what's really interesting. How many times have you heard of a dealership or seen a dealership where they have somebody who's in a position, they're struggling, they're challenged, they're not really working that well, and what do? They replace them. Why didn't they consider if they're great for the culture, if they're intelligent, if they care, if they're working their butts off, they've got work ethic and they've got culture, what are you missing? Skill, right? So why would you not at least try to push them, move them, inspire them to try a different position? I've heard of dealerships having salespeople that became great advisors that were so-so advisors became a spectacular salesperson. I was just talking to a store last week that had a technician move from being a tech to a salesperson.
Wow.
You would never think that. I know. You'd never think that in a million years. Two completely different types of personas, personalities. But it turns out the person is a great salesperson. And think about this. Here's a tech who was getting tired, had spent a lot of time in the shop. Why does he have to leave the organization? Why can't he, some of the best baseball hitters, right? Running backs, quarterbacks, John Elway became the general manager of the Denver Broncos. You don't have to put the guy out to pasture. He probably knows a little bit about football, just like that technician knows a little bit about culture, about team. So what do you think about that, Ed?
Well, I'm glad you came to me there, because I want to elaborate on that a little bit. Well, let's look at it from what you just said. Let's go to the sports analogies there with football. When we embrace something and we like doing something, we find something that's our niche. And whether we're a cornerback, whether we're a quarterback, whether we're a wide receiver, whatever it may be, we don't wake up one morning and say, hey, I don't feel like being a wide receiver today. I'm going to be a running back, because it's not their strength. It's not what they do. But in business, sometimes people get into a position because their friend says, hey, come to work here. I do great at this job. I'll show you everything you know. But it may not be that person's strengths. And they come there and they go to work and they're miserable. That doesn't make them a bad person. If they bring the right attitude and effort, then it's up to us to find out where their strengths are and build their role around them. And a lot of times we have people look at each other and say, hey, I can do what he does. And going back to what you just talked about, the technician, the salesperson, that happens so many times because they see all the flexibility that sales gets and what they have to do and whatever. And they think, I can go do that. Well, when you have development programs, they're actually getting a test drive elements of that. And they may see that, hey, that doesn't necessarily fit me. I don't want no part of that. Or they may embrace it and run with it. But if you leave that question there and they think, well, I can do that, whether they can or they can't, if you don't give them that opportunity, they go find somebody that will.
Great point.
You know what? Let me just put a tag on that. Is that I think that one of our initiatives we did last year into this year is that has the service and parts managers found the replacements yet? And I think that to me, having assistant managers under them, and here's the deal: some people are not going to retire for a long time. True. But you know what? I want those people to learn, because when you hire a manager for a store from the outside, the world stops for 6 months, and it's all chaos. But if you have a manager that's an assistant manager, that's a team leader, and the reason he gets the spot is because everybody votes that guy is the right person. That person steps into it and you don't miss a beat. So really having that succession up and everybody knows it, to me, is so critical to keep a store going well and keeping your best asset happy and they feel safe.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. So I was, oh man, I'm sorry about that. Holy cow. It's so funny how everything is connected these days. I turned off, on my computer, I put on do not disturb, but because it's connected to the iPhone figures out a way to tunnel through it. Those son of a guns in Cupertino. So I apologize for that, but you guys are both bringing up some absolutely fantastic points. In the dealership, we are not always going to have, it's kind of a slippery slope. If you don't have some level of turnover, then how do I move up in your store?
Right.
But if you do have too much turnover, then how do you grow the organization sustainably? Right. So then I think one of the answers to that is you could look no farther than the mindset or the process methodology of martial arts, right? When you start out in martial arts, you're a white belt. And then you just don't jump from a white belt to yellow belt. No. You have to be a white belt that just gets a yellow stripe, then a orange stripe, then a blue stripe, then a green stripe. You go all the way up, and now you get to go up to yellow. And the thing is that there are many different ways that we can continue to love on, develop, inspire, and motivate our people. It doesn't have to always be more money, right? The number one reason people will take a job is money. Mm-hmm. But that's never the number one reason that they stay, right? And if you ever want proof of that, again, sports. I could find in any given week, some dude is out there making 10, 20, 30 million bucks a year who's unhappy and wants to leave. We've seen those stories every single month of the year. So it's not money. And when you look at Marcus Buckingham's book, he wrote a trio of phenomenal books. He spent 20 years in the Gallup organization studying the relationship between managers and their associates. And one of the things that he learned, him and his team, is the number one people will go to work for a company but they quit their manager. Now, why is that? They're not being acknowledged. They're not being thanked. They're not being appreciated. They're not being developed, right? So I love what you guys are saying, because if you are dedicated to developing people, I can go from being a level 1 valet to a level 2 valet, level 3 valet, level 4 valet. The second thing that both of you brought up is a huge point because of consolidation. What is the number one challenge for consolidators that are wanting to bring more stores into their network? They don't have a bench. They haven't built a bench. So having this focus on employee retention, it seems obvious, but the reality is, guys, less than 20%, maybe even less than 15% of dealers in America have a formalized training program. Less than that do training every single day. Less than 80% recognize their people on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. So we could talk retention just like we like to talk diversity or talk about getting women in automotive. It's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to embed it in your DNA and do it. And the thing I could tell you is this. It's interesting, and it's not a coincidence that organizations like Nilo, organizations like your organization at Bozard, and some of the other top organizations in the country, Liza Borges, Carter Myers comes to mind, Kristen Dillard in North Carolina comes to mind. They don't have retention problems because they don't have retention problems. You only have a sales and service retention problem if you have an associate retention problem. So it's so important to focus on that. But can you guys jump to the next type of retention, that sales retention? You know, the one that gets all the spotlight, the one that gets all the action from the OEMs. Why, first of all, why is it actually important and a big deal to pay attention to that sales to service retention?
Well, I'll start there. I mean, sales to service retention should be the number one thing a dealership besides of employees should track on. We should never, ever lose a customer in the service department. That's the reason why I hate ever when they sell a car outside of our network. I would, if I was a dealer, I would say you're not allowed to. Now, thank God we don't do that many. But the point of it is that if we can't convince that customer to come to our service department and get into the repeat and referral business, we are going to fail at sales retention. We haven't even got to service retention yet, but we will fail at the service, at the sales retention. That is what the OEMs want, because they do one thing. They like to sell us parts, but they really want to sell us cars. That's what they want to do.
Ed?
Yeah, you have to make it convenient. If it's one thing to sell them because the customer has a need or a want. They want that new vehicle, but they never plan on having to service that vehicle. And we force customers to go through the process that's been around forever. And I compare car dealerships to the United States Postal Service. They never get any better at what they do. Every time they're not making any money, they charge more money for it, and their process stays exactly the same. It's almost like they're married. They're the same. And so it's our opportunity to grab a hold of that customer and meet them at their level, whether it's going to them, whether it's picking up delivery, but it's taking those pain points away from them. And the first time we take those pain points away from them, they're loyal. But you got to keep going with it. You can't do it. It can't be one and done. You got to repeat it. And you got to find additional ways to continue to enhance that, because you're never there. It's a journey. It's not a destination. So once you meet them and take away some of those pain points, you got to find ways to take away more of them. And as long as you're looking to do that and meeting them at their level rather than forcing them through the process that we've had forever and becoming the Postal Service, then you don't have to conquest. And one of the most expensive things any of us do in any business, no matter what the industry is customer acquisition.
Oh my God.
And when you can eliminate that, then or minimize that, you've won the game.
And I'm going to jump in. I want to jump backwards just for a second, because when you talk about cost of client acquisition, it's very similar to the cost of replacing a person. I will never be able to wrap my brain around why somebody will allow a good employee to end up leaving their organization, and it's usually because of atrophy, right? But they leave the organization. They have no problem bringing the new person in at a higher wage that they were not willing to give the current person that spent 7 freaking years of their life.
That they know what they're capable of.
They were loyal. They were capable. They were competent. They were good. They were great for culture. I had a dealership not that long ago that's just, I don't want to pay any more money. I don't want to pay me more money. But they brought in a new person in the detail shop at $23.50 an hour, and the guy that left was $20 an hour. Had been there over 5 years doing great work. What are we doing, people? So it's the same thing with client acquisition. Both of these are self-inflicted wounds. We get that? It's a self-inflicted wound. This is not external like a pandemic. This is not external like a chip shortage. This is internal, and we have the ability. The good news is we have the ability to change it. Now, I want to throw something out there based on both your comments. When I look at, and I was thinking about this last week, when a client, and you said it, Ed, it's like we got to make it easier. We got to make it a better process. We've got to pay attention to what they want, listen to their needs, and meet their expectations. And I just want to ask both of you experts a series of questions. I want you to think about the average independent repair shop, the average independent, mom and pop independent repair shop, and then the typical manufacturer, franchise service and repair facility. So which one of those is typically more modern? And so we got independent on this side, and we've got the franchise. Which one's more modern?
Franchise.
Okay. Which one has the latest technology?
Franchise.
Which one's cleaner?
Franchise.
Which one has better waiting room amenities?
Franchise.
Okay. Which one has a longer warranty on the repair?
Franchise.
Okay. Which one's using OEM approved parts?
Franchise.
Which one has the highest trained technicians?
Franchise.
So based on everything you're saying, it would make sense why franchises are getting 80% of the service and repair business in the country, except they're not. They're getting 20%. The guys with the old, small, cramped, 1 rack, 2 rack, 3 rack, you've seen the places. They're filthy. There's stuff everywhere. They don't have the latest tech. They don't have the special tools. They don't have any waiting room to speak of. Yeah, I get it. A handful of them do, but the majority don't. So why is it that when you look at this is like looking at the New York Yankees on paper, right? Any given year, Stanton and Judge and, that whole wrecking crew, plus a great pitching staff on paper, World Series every single time. But yet it doesn't translate into a World Series because it's more than that. And the reality is it possible, gentlemen, that while we've been putting all of our time, effort, money, and financial resources in that, is it possible that it turns out those aren't the things that are the most important from the perspective of our client?
Correct.
Maybe it's time.
Well,
so
convenience.
We tell people, or you go into organizations, and David, I know you do this a lot, and they say, we want to treat customers like we want to be treated. Well, why do you want to do that? You're in the business. You know how it goes. Why don't you treat them like they want to be treated? That's what you got to figure out.
You're not in church right now.
Exactly.
Hey, listen. I'm all for church. We're spiritual people in my family, but your dealership is not a church, and your dealership is not their religion, and their religion is great customer service. So keep going, Ed.
Exactly.
I love it.
No, keep going with your thought there because you're 100% right.
Oh, yeah, yes.
They don't want to be treated the way you want to be treated. They want to be treated the way they want to be treated.
So retention is the same. Whether you're retaining a customer, you're retaining an employee, it's finding out what they want and treating them the way they want to be treated and taking care of them the way they want to be taken care of. Mm-hmm. Our customers, they want to take away pain points. Our employees, they want a career path. Mm-hmm. Our customers, they want us to connect with them. Our employees, they want us to connect with them. So it goes hand in hand. The retention's the same. And you're spot on, David. When you do one, you do the other. Yep. But it starts with taking care of our people. And when you practice taking care of our people, then it becomes easy to take care of our customers.
And this whole, just think about it. I'll call it the Wizard of Oz syndrome. Okay. You go in an independent repair. First of all, if I call the independent, who answers the phone?
The owner.
The owner. Isn't he also the technician? Or she's
Usually.
the technician? I'm talking to the owner.
Tully, you've been in those shoes. I know that.
right? So I'm talking to the owner and the tech. I need service. Great. When do you want to come in? Well, I'm sorry. What was that? When do you want to come in? I call the dealership. Press 1 for sales, press 2 for service. I press 2 for service. Yes. Do you need somebody in service? No, I was just calling. I'm looking for a friend. I just was hoping somebody could talk me off of a ledge. I'm not feeling good right now. Of course I need service, right? Okay, let me connect to the advisor. Ring, ring, ring. The advisor's back in the shop. They don't answer, right? Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Right. We called 5,000 dealers, 5,000 dealers last year, 5,000 dealers. Could not get a hold of 5% of the people in the service department. Not 5%. Do you think that's a great experience? No. It's a horrible first experience. So that's number one. I could call and talk to the owner and the tech. Over here I can't. Wizard of Oz syndrome. No. You're not allowed behind the curtain. That's where we do our work. No, we don't want anybody to see what's going on back there.
It's dangerous back there.
No, we can't allow transparency with our clients. This is not good, right? The modern stores, some of the most advanced stores today, by the way, have you seen them? Ted, have you seen them?
Yes.
Where they have glass.
You can see the
watch
technicians
everything going on in that spotless clinker tile floors, and all that's going. I mean, come on, that's going to impress people. So first of all, is it easy to get a hold of you? Is it easy to make an appointment? And number three, I love Google's mantra. I know that you've had some people from Google on this great series before, Ted, and your phenomenal Fixed Ops Roundtable. But it's know me better, serve me faster, wow me everywhere. Put that in your shops. Know me better. Know me better means when I come in, I shouldn't have to tell you who I am every time. Imagine going to your doctor, and every single time you go to your doctor, you have to introduce yourself. Every time. You have to tell them who you are. You have to tell them what problems you've had. Like you wouldn't go to that doctor. Serve me faster means respect my time. Wow me everywhere means exceed my expectations. What do you think of that, Tully?
I think that's spot on. And it starts in our stores. It really starts is your store set up for success. A lot of times what happens is that you have 20 techs and 2 riders. Not going to work out. And I think that you need to have your technicians set up, your advisor.
And 1 valet.
Correct. But because I need to make so much money. That is the wrong thing to think about, is that you've got to make sure your ratios are right. Is 6 to 8 hour ROs a day enough? I say yes. Now, it's different brands, yes, but we want to make sure that if you have a Jag Land Rover, they might be on AA number line, but the whole point of it is that we'll have enough time for that customer and that service rider to communicate throughout the day. But if they're writing 15 to 20 ROs, what happens is that we don't sell anything. Shame on us, because we're actually doing the customer a disservice by not telling them what they need. And what happens? They go somewhere else. Our goal is to make sure that you have enough technicians and enough service writers, and oh my God, enough back counter people, and oh my God, enough porters and detailers, which make people happy at the very end. Setting yourself up for success is the key.
Great. I love that. You know, it's so interesting when you think about, gentlemen, I've got a question for both of you. What is your expectation, average gross generated per technician in a month? What is it typically?
So I don't measure that KPI. I measure it gross per bay.
Okay. Gross per bay.
I look at it strictly on the hours. So my goal is to generate 130%, which is about 12 hours per day per technician when they work there.
Okay. So I'm just going to say 12 hours per day. Let's just say that you're at $100 per hour ELR. That's 12 grand per day, right? $1,200 per day rather, right? So if you're at $1,200 per day, 20 days, you're 25, 30 grand a month is my point. 25, 30 grand a month. And you're worried about some kid who's going to make $2,800 a month as a valet. What are we doing? Doesn't make any sense, right? By the way, just excuse me for the digression or the transcript, but I want to just go off to a different subject really fast, because I know this is near and dear to your hearts too. If you want to retain technicians, which everybody says hardest person to replace, to backfill,
sure,
you may want to start with looking at your morale. And it's everything that you're doing to Tully's point and Ed's point. Are you setting yourself up not just for success financially, but success from a morale perspective? Let me just give you an example. do we pretty much every store in America expects the technician to do an MPI every time? Is that true? Yes or no?
Yes.
100%.
Okay. So you're expected, you're required to do an MPI 100% of the time. How many stores in America have that same expectation or requirement that their advisors present 100% of the lines that technician found?
100% of the time it happens. It must. If we are paying our technicians, don't ask the technician to do it for free.
I'm sorry, O.J. Simpson's lawyer. I'm sorry, but listen, I'm going to be Judge Ito here. I'm sorry. I need you to approach the bench. That wasn't the question. What percentage of dealers require that 100% of the MPIs get presented?
Very few.
Zero.
Very
Virtually
few.
zero. Here's my point. Here's my point, and then I'll let you go back into being Johnny Cochran and going off on me. Hey, so I'm not wearing a glove, bro. You must have quit. So here's the thing. Think about this, though. If we're not requiring our advisors the way we require our techs, what is the message we're sending to our techs?
Correct.
Okay. And if our technician is taking 2/10, 3/10, 5/10 to put a car on the rack and do what you're asking me to do, but the advisor is not required, what does that do to my morale? You're not paying me for the MPI. So isn't it fair, guys, that that's going to hit my morale? And if it hits my morale, isn't it possible, just possible, that I might consider an opportunity somewhere else?
Yes.
So let me play that a little bit forward there for you, because that's where our customers leave us at. It all goes in a circle. And Tully talked about it, about making the ratios right. You have to build your business correctly, but everything you do, you have to play it all the way forward. So if it's a requirement for the technician to look that vehicle over, but the customer or the advisor doesn't have time to be at his desk to talk to customers, and he makes a phone call, leaves a message, the customer calls him back, can't get a hold of him. Finally, the customer comes, picks the vehicle up. We made a list. Mr. Smith, next time you come in, we need to do these things. Now we've put it on the thing for him. The customer's going out of town. He doesn't want to go out of town without getting those things done. He couldn't make the connection with you. There's 5 times as many independents out there as there is franchises. They go down the street to the one that's convenient to them, right down from work. Ask them, can you beat this price? Or can you do this for me? Yes, I can do it for you and beat the price. And then when they come back to pick it up, they says, hey, I found this for you too. I went ahead and took care of that, didn't charge you for it. You don't need to go back to the dealer. I can take care of everything here. Now, that happens when an advisor can't get a hold of our customer. That happens when we don't have enough capacity in our shop to take care of our customers. And we're pushing customers away with a shopping ticket to go somewhere else. And then all they got to do is drop 3 words. You don't have to go.
And we're even giving them the number to beat by $1. So now that independent who answered the phone, who's the technician, how much was the estimate you got from the dealer? It was $1,258. Oh my God, that's too much. I could do it for $1,195. Okay, done, sold. Bam.
Then the technician, talking about morale, the technician says, my advisor can't sell nothing.
That's right.
Whether the advisor can't sell anything is we didn't give him the time to sell it.
Yeah. So listen, we've talked about associate retention and why that's so important. It literally is the foundation, the base on which everything else is built on. We talked about the importance of sales retention because it generates that increase in UIO, right? That valuable units in operation goes up. If the units in operation goes up, but we're not getting those units in operation, obviously it's not a win. Talk to me now, last but not least, about what I think is the most important between sales and service, and that's service to sales. First of all, it's service to service retention. And if you can nail service to service retention, to Tully's point, you also get the bonus of service to sales retention. Talk about that.
Well, that's part of the gig. I mean, that's, the goal is that if we have great retention in our store, making customers happy in that repeat referral, here's the deal. The service side, the service to sales will automatically happen. Why would it not? Because the advisor is selling the rest of the cars. In fact, what we see a lot is they're asking for the advisor to come up and say, am I getting a good deal or not? Or can you help me buy the next car? That is the holy grail, my good friends, is that if you're doing a great job and our great world-class service advisors are doing their job properly and building that credibility, the sales is the easy part. That's the trick. The trick to me is how do we get 70+ retention percent in all of our stores day in and day out, and our service sales department will be slammed for life.
So Ed, how do we do that?
It's relationship. If you did the right things in service to the ownership experience, then the first person that customer is going to ask, who should I see? I'm thinking about whatever. And then they make the transfer and they already feel like there's a level of trust because it was recommended by someone that the customer already trusts.
100%.
It's a 100% carryover.
Yep.
I agree with you. And I'm going to dovetail back to that MPI. It's so interesting. A lot of service advisors don't like to view themselves as salespeople, right? It's almost offensive. It's an insult. I'm not a salesperson. I'm an advisor. Okay, well, if you're an advisor, then you need to take that job seriously and advise me accurately, effectively. And one of the things I was sharing with a group of advisors just a couple of days ago is, listen, if you went for an annual physical and your doctor asked you to take certain tests, you take the urine test, you take the blood test, you know the drill, right? You do the hearing test, the heart test, all of those things. And at the end of that, they said, okay, well, let me just thank you for coming in. Look forward to seeing you next year. If they didn't tell you what was on that test, okay, wouldn't you consider that? Well, let me back up. If they were to tell you that you need a follow-up test, they were to tell you you need to go get 1 or 2 prescriptions, they tell you you need to start using this particular approach, changing your diet. If they tell you that and you don't do that, it's 100% up to you, is it not?
Yep.
But if they don't tell you that, and they have an ethical, moral, and even legal obligation to do it, and they don't tell you that, and then something happens, is that a problem? It's a big problem. So if we genuinely care about our clients and we genuinely care about their ownership experience holistically, which means we want them to have the safest car, best performing car, most reliable car, that's also going to have the highest value when they decide to move on to their next car, that's the reason why we should do those MPIs and present them every time. You don't have to sell it. You just simply have to educate and inform them accurately and let them know if this is a safety item, performance item, reliability item, or warranty item. Okay, maybe you don't have to do all of them right now, but this safety item and warranty item, it's a no-brainer. You've got to do these right now, and there's nothing wrong with that. And so I think that our advisors would be very it would be so helpful if they were so trained and coached so that they understood that. Don't you agree?
I tell you, I think a lot of it has to do if your writers and your technicians are on board for recommendations that we'd sell our family members. I think the key issue is that when the service advisor realizes that the technician is MPI, and I'm going to say the technician's video is mandatory, if those are great quality, the sales part of their job is greatly reduced. And what happens is we talk about that piece of the puzzle, this whole scenario of, did I tell everybody? Because the technician says, did you send it out? Or the technician already knows it went out, right? And then what we do is we look at, are we selling those great technician recommendations or those hours off of those recommendations? A technician does not want to sell hours that are in the parking lot. They want to sell hours that are on the car on the rack today. And our goal is that if we commit to selling recommendations we sell our family members, this all works together. The technician and the service writer become an asset and the customer wins.
Listen, gentlemen, obviously this is a huge subject, each one of them in its own right. Associate retention, service retention, sales retention are huge, but I couldn't ask for two better people, two better experts, two more genuine people that are doing this every day to hang out with than Tully and Ed. And anybody out there that does not follow Tully and Ed, you should be following. Other thing that I have to do is thank Ted. And first of all, Ted, you've been doing this for years, and you deserve a massive amount of credit because, fixed is not on the forefront of a lot of dealerships' minds or a lot of people in dealerships' minds. But McKinsey did a great research project that shows by 2030, service, repairs, maintenance, tires, oil, collision are all going to move up in terms of their dollar value and in terms of their contribution to net profit. Meanwhile, new cars, used cars, F&I is all expected to diminish in terms of their contribution to net. The time is now. You're the one who's been doing this for years before anybody's really been thinking about it. So we all have to thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I thank you for allowing me to be part of this really phenomenal panel. Thank you.
David, if our audience wants to reach out to you, our audience knows Tully and Ed really well.
Call my love line at 510-604-0308. Call me at 510-604-0308. If you need help with fixed, absolutely give me a call. But I also would strongly urge them to reach out to Tully and Ed. These guys are doing it literally every single day in two of the best organizations out there. So they can reach me there. They could also reach me by email, Ted.
Fantastic. Great panel, David. Thank you so much for joining us on the roundtable. Time extremely well spent. Tully and Ed, thank you as well. What a great team. So
the best.
Yeah. Love this panel, everybody. And let's talk retention here today, back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Wow, back to the 80s left us thunderstruck. Ted Ings, myself, and our entire Fixed Ops Roundtable team appreciate all of you for tuning in for our 20th Fixed Ops Roundtable event. Make sure to set a reminder for Monday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern to watch our live After Dark show where we will announce the Best Practice Award winners. And get ready for our 21st Fixed Ops Roundtable virtual event, Fort Stock, happening on September 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st. We hope you're a fan of the Woodstock era because Fixed Ops is getting groovy.